there's a transcript correction that Ms Palmer wishes to raise.
Thank you. I believe that there may be an error on the transcript. It's page 509. So, yes, of course. And I believe it's in line 35. And I think Councillor Manoon should be Councillor Anoon.
509, did you say?
Page 509, line 35.
I don't.
Oh, excuse me, on the... Oh, 509 for the...
My page 509, line 35 is Mr Ajaka saying yes.
I think the issue is the version that I received late last night has the reference that you're referring to, Ms Palmer. The version that was circulated this morning has the reference that you're referring to, Ms McDonald.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure quite what the difference is.
I'm just trying to think if there's a
slightly
convenient...
troubling.
It's the page that I'm looking at begins with basically said, I'm looking for good staff,
Yes.
come and work here. And that, so there was a bit of tit for tat. That's the top of the page I'm looking at.
Yeah, I have the reference.
And unfortunately, I don't have the transcript which has been circulated this morning.
And sorry, it's on the page where you say I'm looking for good staff.
That's right, at line 35 of that page.
535.
Oh,
in the
535.
version I'm looking at.
All right, that's a
And then
discrepancy of that size troubles me slightly, but we'll get to the bottom of it. 535.
on our 535, it's being corrected. I've asked you about the mayor. You also identified that councillors Goodman and Moon were contacting staff directly.
And just a bit further down at line 35, it says Councillor Manoon, but I think that ought to be Councillor Anoon. Unless... So it says, Ms McDonald, I've asked you about the mayor. You also identified that Councillors Goodman and Amoon were contacting staff directly as well. And then Mr Ajaka says yes. And then Ms McDonald says, was that aberrant behaviour? And in the next answer, in the second paragraph of that answer on the fourth line down, my version says Councillor Manoon.
Ask the Director for Planning.
Yes, and I think that ought to be...
it's been correct.
Oh, sorry.
I do apologise.
No, not at all.
The version, sorry, I'm speaking across the bar table. Commissioner, the version that we've got, that has been corrected.
Thank you, that's wonderful, thank you. Well, that will be the most recent version, so thank you for your time.
Can someone find out why there's such a large discrepancy? I don't know whether I should worry about it or not. I had one minor matter myself, which is going to potentially give rise to the same problem. Let me just go to it whilst we're on the topic. So in last night's version, on page 513, at line 37, There's an answer by Mr. Ajaka that says, well, the community started meeting and the media was going through it line by line, which in this morning's version, if I can find it, is page 540, line 14. My recollection is the witness said, well, the committee started meeting and the mayor was going through it line by line.
Yes, I think it was because he referred to a committee being
Correct.
established by council, yes.
Correct. All right. That change can be made as well. Ms. Palmer, Mr. Searle, does that accord with your recollection? Ms. Palmer?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other matters? Right.
Wednesday is spelled wrong on the first page.
Sorry?
Wednesday is spelled wrong on the first page of my
You ready for Mr. Ajaka?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Was your name Scott right?
this time.
All right, we'll have Mr. Ajaka. Thank you, Mr. Ajaka. You're on your oath from yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Ajaka, yesterday I was asking some questions about events leading up to the termination of your employment by the council,
Yes,
and we were leading up to the council meeting, which was held on the 24th of April 2024.
yes,
I want to return and just ask you some other questions about events in the lead up to that.
yes,
You gave evidence that after the meeting of the 16th of April, people within council, including staff and other councillors, were contacting you about what had occurred at the meeting
and what I'd said to the Mayor.
and what you'd said. In addition, did you receive a phone call from a USU delegate that she had heard about what had happened at the meeting?
Yes,
And did she inform you that there was an email circulating by a person nominated as a USU advocate concerning the meeting?
I asked her how she knew, and she mentioned that there was another matters, and she mentioned that an email went out from, she said, USU advocate, and I said, what email?
Did she then forward it to you?
Yes,
Would you please bring up LCC.001.003.0461? And there's a series of emails in that document. If we can first go to page 5 when it comes up. Would you, excuse me.
I don't think it's been.
We understand that Ms. Palmer may have, or
Oh, I see.
her solicitor may have sought this.
In relation to
Yes.
Commissioner, all my client really wishes to say in respect of that is that there is arguably a basis for an application for a non-publication order in relation to these. Some of the context of some of these emails and other associated emails, there's allegations of criminal conduct. They're unsubstantiated. They relate to a mayor who's currently sitting, and there's the potential to undermine his capacity to lead when there is material like this being published and circulated. That said, Mr. Manoon is very keen to ensure that the proceedings in the tribunal in this inquiry are as transparent as possible. And if Councillor Sitting thinks it's important, he thinks it should be drawn attention to and made public unless there are, unless in the most exceptional of circumstances. So, given all that, we're not going to make the application for the non-publication order.
All right, and I think the approach taken thus far by Councillor Sitting has been discerning, and I would expect that to continue. But if at any stage something comes on the screen that does cause you or your client concern, feel free to let me know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I just say in response, because of what occurs and indeed what also occurs at the April council meeting, information that was being circulated amongst councillors, staff and other people in our submission, it's important that it is seen, though we accept Ms Palmer's instructions that Mr Manoon obviously disputes some of these assertions.
And of course, Councillor Manoon will be given the opportunity, if he wishes to do so during these hearings, to respond in whatever way he sees fit.
Now, would we first go to page 5? Now, this is if you go back to, the bottom of page 4, you'll get the beginning of the email. This is dated the 22nd of April at 1:59 p.m. with the subject, Distress at Liverpool Council, from the USU Advocate. And it would appear there that it's being circulated to members of the press and also the ICAC and a politician at Parliament.
Yes.
And this was the email that was forwarded to you by the USU delegate.
Yes, that was the first time I'd seen it.
And the USU delegate was Sandy Morton.
Correct.
And if you can look in here, it includes, if you keep on going down, at the first paragraph on that page,
Yes.
he, being the mayor, has become a law unto himself and is now moving to dismiss the CEO at the next council meeting this coming Wednesday due to the fact that the CEO refused to terminate some directors. The mayor does not want to remain employed by council. When you were forwarded this email by Ms. Morton, was that the first time that you had heard about some proposal or suggestion that the termination of your employment was maybe moved at the next council meeting?
That was the first time I saw that.
Excuse me. Upon receiving the email from Ms. Morton, with it being foreshadowed that that there may be a move to dismiss you. Did you take any action to discuss that with the Mayor?
No, I was still at that time trying to meet with the Mayor to do the apology, working with Councillor Mel Goodman.
Although, as we established yesterday, there was the option just to go and knock on his door.
But I thought I explained that. I felt uncomfortable doing that. I didn't think it was appropriate because of the fact that I was convinced at the time that Councillor Mel Goodman was organising a proper meeting with the Mayor and the other councillors.
But you could have gone and knocked on his door immediately after the meeting, on the meeting on the 16th of April.
That was actually discussed with Farooq Portelli, who had remained in after the meeting, and I just felt that it needed a bit of time and that I would deal with that afterwards. And that's when the phone call started to come in, where it was clear that the Mayor was telling everybody what happened.
But by going and knocking on the door immediately or shortly after, the benefit of that was that it would have nipped in the bud the escalation that occurred.
In hindsight, I can't disagree with that.
Now, after this particular email, did you receive a second email? And if we move up to page 3, an email dated the 24th of April, and I think it commences at the bottom of page 2. Thank you, Ms. Associate. And this one appears to be addressed to what says, "Dear councillors," and forwards the email of the 22nd of April. And if we can move to page 3.
Yes, I've seen that.
And again, implicit in it is that it's anticipated that there will be some kind of motion or moving towards the termination of your employment.
I see that.
And then excuse me for a minute. And then if you continue through this document to page 1, this is an email of, I think it's the 25th of April, this time to a number of councillors, plus yourself and some other people.
Yes.
Again, complaining about the Mayor. And if you can keep on going down onto the next page. Again, implicit in it is that your employment's going to be terminated.
Yes.
Now, again, leading up to the council meeting, there was, yesterday you spoke about, through the intermediary Councillor Goodman, there was then a request for a written apology,
Correct.
which you said you would do.
Yes.
Did you ever do it?
No, because I was going to take it with me to the meeting, but I hadn't done it.
But you could have prepared it and independently got somebody to deliver it to the Mayor's office?
In hindsight, yes.
Did you consider it at the time?
I considered taking it with me because I knew it would only take a minute or two to prepare. Mm-hmm. But each time we discussed the letter, there'd be a condition attached to it, and I knew I wasn't going to agree to that. I made it clear I wasn't going to agree to that condition.
What was the condition?
It never landed on just the letter.
But you could have just sent a letter with in respect of what I said at the meeting, I apologise.
In
It's
hindsight,
inappropriate.
absolutely. Yes, but I did
You
at the
didn't do
time.
that. All right, now can I leave to the meeting of the 24th of April? And I think you started discussing this yesterday, but there was, the meeting started, you were sitting in your usual place.
Yes,
And the mayor was sitting in his usual place, which was next to you.
correct.
And the meeting commences and you go through the usual
Formalities.
And you mentioned yesterday that there was a resolution about council and council staff. Would you please bring up the minutes of the meeting INQ.001.001.1099? Yes, please. That's the first page. You can see it's minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 24th of April.
Yes,
Would you then move to page 3? Now, this is under the heading motion of urgency. And can you see the motion which is then moved by Councillor Rhodes, seconded by Councillor Goodman?
yes,
And through there, in the various paragraphs of the resolution, in paragraph 2, after writing to various people, the council formally acknowledging the role of the CEO, his team and council, and in achieving this position of collaboration and positivity.
yes,
Is that the resolution that you referred to yesterday, where it was a resolution in your mind praising you and your team and the work you were doing?
correct.
And if we look at, if you move to the bottom of that page, the motion was put and declared carried. There were 2 votes against it, who were Councillors Hadid and Councillor Hall, but it would appear that the other councillors, including the mayor, who were present, voted in favour of it.
Correct.
What was the context of this motion? Do you remember?
So, Commissioner, prior to this motion, when we sat down, at that stage, I really did not believe that the mayor would move to terminate me. Even though it had been talked about, etc., I just didn't accept that because I'd been given no notice. I hadn't been asked to prepare for it, nothing of that nature. So when this motion was then, and again, I had no notice of this, when this motion was moved and passed, I thought, oh, great, this ends it all. Because there'd been, in the first paragraph, all of the positive comments apparently made by media and the USU. So I thought that this was a way to simply resolve the matter and move on. And I thought it was over.
Perhaps I wasn't clear. There's references in the motion to positive comments and achieving a position of collaboration and positivity and a path of continued improvement. Do you remember what was happening at the time?
At the time, there was some of the media reports coming out, and at the time there was the USU advocates' emails coming out, and of course everyone was talking about what I'd said to the mayor at that meeting. So,
Do you remember what the positive media reports were? Mr. Hadley, for example?
the positive media of Hadley and Steve Donnelly were about me. Councillor Green was also making positive comments about me, as were Councillors Kellyander and Councillor Hall. It was interesting that Councillor Hall didn't vote for it when he was part of the positive comments.
If you look at the beginning of it before the actual motion,
Yes,
it seems to have been, Councillor Rhodes, who moved it, refers to the recent reports in the media, it was urgent as it needed to be sorted immediately so that councillors continue with council business and doing what councillors need to do to govern Liverpool. And as you've answered the Commissioner, it seems to pick up some positive comments from Ray Hadley. And I'm sorry, Steve Donnelly, was he on?
Steve Donnelly was the USU, he represented the USU. He's currently the acting CEO of the USU, but he was in effect the deputy CEO. But he was Sandy Morthen's boss, if I can use that expression.
And then also one of the paragraphs of the resolution was to write to the Office of Local Government to conduct an independent investigation into the matters raised by the public and in the public media and by some councillors. And then finally to direct the CEO to send to all staff email advising the staff of the commitment to increase staff and where Liverpool Council is at with the head count, roles and budget.
Yes.
That last part, that where Liverpool Council is at with the head count, roles and budget, what was that referring to?
So I think at that time, or part of the media report, was talk that the council was going to terminate a large number of staff, and that was directed in there for me to advise the staff that that was not going to happen.
And that indeed there was a commitment to increase staff.
Well, we were still short at that stage. When I came in, I think we were short about 150, 160. We were still short about 120 staff that had not been hired, vacancies.
So you had vacancies in your full-time employee numbers?
Yes, serious vacancies. And at the beginning of my term, when I indicated that when it was clear that council was toxic, we were unable to employ anyone because the existing staff was telling everyone, don't work here, it's too toxic, this is a nightmare place to work.
The discussion with the Mayor at the meeting of the 16th of April, where he raised and was seeking modelling for 2 director positions to go, some manager positions, and also raising abolition of non-core
Yes.
roles.
And the third one was the legal, which we didn't cover yesterday.
Yes. I think you did give evidence that the idea was instead of having an in-house legal team, you would be relying on outside solicitor firms to be performing their duties.
Correct. And that was the main one we discussed after the comment was made, where the meeting continued for 20 minutes and I demonstrated to him there'd be no savings, there would actually be a far greater expense to the budget.
But the reductions in staff numbers that I just outlined there, was it your understanding that they, in a sense, were being built or put on top of the vacancy of about 150 full-time employee positions that were still waiting to be filled? Is that question clear or not clear?
Sorry. No.
All right. You've just said that at this point of time, the council had 150
When I
full-time-
started, had about 150 vacancies.
Wait for the question to
Sorry.
Right.
so we're clear.
You just referred to the council having 150 vacancies in full-time employee positions.
Correct.
Now, that was the state of affairs when you commenced in January 2023.
Correct.
Over the period, we're now at April 2024, had some of those positions been filled?
Yes.
Do you remember whether it was how many of the 150 had been filled?
Look, from recollection, at least 30, maybe more.
If we say 40, does that mean there's, in rough numbers, there's still 100 positions, full-time employee positions, vacant at the council?
Correct.
and this is my confusing question that I just asked, when the mayor was raising with you, let's get rid of 2 directors, let's terminate some managers, let's terminate some non-core functioning employees, was that going to be on top of the 100-odd vacancies? So what he was looking at was those 100-odd vacancies wouldn't be filled, and on top of that, there would be more redundancies or terminations of employment.
Yes.
So your understanding of this motion in paragraph 6, where there is a reference to commitment to increase staff, you're looking at that 100-odd full-time employee positions that was still to be filled.
Correct. Not new positions to be created.
Right. And when you talk about headcount roles and budget, is that linking in with identification of those positions which were vacant, that they would be filled, etc.?
So the budget would include a figure of any vacancy that you could be confident were to be filled in that financial year. They must be booked.
So a line item in the budget of employee costs foreshadowed for the next year
Yes.
would include all of or a substantial number of those 100 vacant full-time employee positions.
Yeah, so that's where the role of the directors was, to work with the finance team to be realistic about what roles would be filled in that period.
And the paragraph 6 of the resolution, reading that, your construction or interpretation of it, is it contrary to the modelling that the mayor was seeking for the meeting of the 16th of April, where 2 directors would go, some managers would go, some other non-core employee positions would go?
No, I didn't relate the two together.
All right. Well, looking at it now, is paragraph number 6 consistent with that? If you
No,
directing the CEO to tell staff we've got a commitment to increase staff,
Yep.
that seems to be inconsistent with, but we're going to abolish 2 directors, some managers and some non-core positions.
Yep. So this motion was brought in by Councillor Rhodes. I wasn't aware of this motion coming in because it was an urgent, so there was no notice of it. It was dealt with quickly, and shortly thereafter, I was removed. So I never really got a chance to analyse, but I never took it when I first heard it to mean that. I took this to be dealing with the media reports that were coming out, and that I was asked to direct to the staff, advise the staff that there would be an increase in staff, meaning, of course, there'd be no decrease.
Yes. If that's your understanding, that's inconsistent with what the mayor was investigating or exploring in the meeting of the 16th of April. Get rid of 2 directors, get rid of managers, get rid of the legal department, get rid of some non-core function employees.
Yes.
But if you look at this, the mayor voted in favour of the resolution.
Correct.
And as you have noted, Councillor Hull did as well. I voted against it.
Yes.
Anyway, I won't ask you to comment on that. So this resolution is passed at the council meeting.
Yes.
And I think after that, there are, if we can just go down, continue with the minutes for a minute. we've got a mayoral minute, and these are the traditional mayoral minutes where there are matters often of concern to the community.
Yes,
Can be condolence motions or recognition of constituents winning awards and things like that.
correct.
And it continues through, I think, to about page 4 in the usual fashion of a council meeting.
Correct.
And if we can move to page 9. We've just thanked Professor Barney Glover.
No relation.
Thank you. Then can you see, we then have Mayor Manoon advised the council would now move into a closed session to discuss a confidential mayoral minute,
Yes,
the justification for that, and then that motion was moved, seconded by Councillor McNaught.
yes,
There's a division, but the motion was carried on the mayor's casting vote, and all staff and the public were requested to leave the chambers at 3:05.
yes,
And then a session commenced following a holding period and following the departure of all public members.
yes.
Now, your understanding is the move to the closed session was to discuss the termination of your employment?
So when he told all the staff to leave, I asked him, does that include me? And he said yes. So that was a clear indication it was about me.
The usual practice with at a council meeting, if they're moving into a closed session, for example, they're going to discuss buying or selling property, and because of the commercial confidentiality, the meeting is closed. Do you usually stay in the meeting then, or do you leave?
No, I stay unless I've declared a conflict of interest and I have to leave, as do the directors, and a number of staff do remain for taking the minutes.
All right, so you asked, does that include me? He said yes.
And then it became obvious.
Right. And was it the case, and I think it's reported in a number of papers, when they moved to the closed session, there was some ruckus, other activity by members in the public gallery?
Correct.
But eventually they moved into a closed session,
Correct.
and I think if we now move to page 10, there's a reference to a confidential mayoral minute. You had not seen that beforehand?
No, I had no idea it was happening.
Did you ever see it?
No, never. I was never given an opportunity to respond in any way. I was never given an opportunity to be advised of what was occurring. I wasn't invited into the council meeting. I was given no procedural fairness whatsoever. It was all happening behind closed doors after I was literally thrown out.
Then you've got a recommendation. The council exercise a clause of your employment agreement and grant you leave with pay until all the matters raised in the mayoral minute are considered independently, appointing Jason Breton as the acting chief executive officer, and then there are investigating Liverpool City Council workplace health and safety concerns, and also finally notify the Office of the Local Government regarding this matter. And then if we can go to the next page. And there we've got council decision that the recommendation being adopted, and again, a division was called. And then if you keep on. Then there was a recess. The meeting resumed at 5:40 in open session, and that resolution that was carried in closed session, was that then revealed in the open session at council?
Correct.
Now, before they moved back into open session,
Yes.
were you called to some kind of meeting and told what was going to occur?
Yes, from memory, Shane Mallard approached me and said that the mayor and the deputy mayor wanted to see me in the kitchen.
All right. And the kitchen somewhere near the council, the actual chambers of where the council meet?
Yes, basically you've got the chamber, the kitchen, and then the passage hallway, all within the same proximity.
The time between the council actually going into the closed session and then when you were asked to go to the kitchen, roughly what was that period?
I consider, for me, it felt like hours.
And you, because you were excluded from the closed session, you knew what the topic was.
I assumed.
You assumed you knew what the topic was, but as you said, you hadn't been given a copy of the Mayoral Minute, no opportunity to address those councillors about
Yes.
what was being discussed.
At no time did I knew what the topic was, but I didn't think they would pass a motion without giving me an opportunity. I thought at some stage they'd asked me to come in and address them, but it didn't happen.
When you went into the kitchen, you had Shane Mallard with you,
I asked Shane to come with me as a support person.
and it was the mayor and the deputy mayor.
Correct.
And what did they say to you?
So the mayor said to me, we've just passed the motion where you've been put on special leave and with pay, and you now need to immediately leave.
Did you agree to immediately leave?
No, I said, look, I'm sorry, but you need to confirm this in an open session, and I should at least be there to hear it. He said, no, I want you to leave now. I said, look, I don't think that's right. I should be there. And finally, I recall saying, look, I won't sit next to you. I'll just sit behind one of the directors. I'll stand behind one of the directors. As soon as it's passed formally, I'll just turn around and leave. I won't say anything. And he agreed to that.
And is that what occurred? They came
Yes.
back into open session. That resolution that had been passed in closed session was then
Repeated
repeated in the open session,
and moved and passed.
and then you left the
I turned around and walked out like I agreed to do.
right. And still at that point of time, you hadn't been given any details of the specifics of the allegation against you.
No.
Now, part of the resolution, sorry, if we can go back, I think it's on page 9, after the you go on leave, was that I think it's about, yes, you go on leave until the matters raised in the Mayoral Minute are considered independently. That's what the resolution said?
Yes.
The first paragraph?
Investigate Liverpool. You've been in clause 2?
No, clause 1, you're going on leave
Yes.
until the matters raised in
Yes.
the Mayoral meeting
Okay.
minute, are considered independently.
Correct.
After that, was a company known as Weir engaged to undertake some kind of investigation.
Yes, recollection was we're an associate, something like that.
Now, with Weir, do you recall receiving some communication from a Peter Harvey from Weir Consulting?
Yes, I believe he phoned me first to introduce himself and what he was doing, and then we arranged a time to meet, and then I believe he sent me the email setting out what he wanted to discuss with me. The email could have gone out before we arranged the time, but it was something like that.
Please bring up document LCC-008-001-0027. And it can be live streamed. If we sorry, can we just go to the top of the, sorry, we're at 11:50. Right, if we go down to the bottom of page 2, you can see an email from Peter Harvey on the 18th of May at 9:53 a.m. Talking about arranging to meet you.
Yes.
If we can move down to the next page. And you can see there at the top, I will provide you further details of the Mayor's complaint on Monday. In summary, the interview relates to a fact-finding investigation that I am undertaking in relation to complaints made by the Mayor concerning a conversation he had with you at the meeting on the 16th of April, and more particularly the outcomes arising from that meeting. And the interview will allow you to provide your account of what occurred.
Correct.
Excuse me. And then if we can go back to you respond, this is on page 2. Basically, I'll see you on the 22nd. A delegate from the USU will accompany me.
Correct.
And then if we go up, this is Mr. Harvey again providing in an email, providing you with more context. If you look at the body of that email, there's a reference to the 16th of April, but then in the third paragraph, and you can see there's some dot points.
Yes.
The Mayor's complaint also relates to what occurred after the meeting.
Yes.
You didn't actively take steps to resolve the conflict in that you didn't
Yes.
apologise.
Yes.
You exacerbated tensions with the Mayor by not clarifying or officially communicating with the union or staff that the reported planned job losses were not correct.
Yes.
Spoke to others about the meeting, where it is reported that you boasted that you stood up to the Mayor.
Yes.
And then acted in a manner that the Mayor felt was insubordinate by not recognising the difference between the role of the Mayor and your own role of CEO, which created further tension between yourself and the Mayor.
Correct.
Now, on the 22nd of May, you were interviewed by Mr. Harvey.
Correct. And we dealt with those issues and concerns.
There is a transcript of that interview.
Yes.
Would you bring up, please, document LCC.008.001.0022? Could you just excuse me? Oh yes, you can live stream it, sorry. I first just want to get you to identify the document. It commences with interviewer Peter Harvey, interviewee John Ajaka, 22nd of May. And if we can go to the last page. It's not signed, but is it your evidence that you received a copy of the transcript?
Correct.
You read through it when you received it?
Yes.
And were there any changes or amendments that you wanted made to it?
No, I wrote back to Peter because I wasn't signing it saying that I agreed with the interview, other than, quite a number of typographical errors, which, I didn't go through and amend.
But nothing that affected the substance of what was...
No, Commissioner.
And I didn't want to take you to this in detail because you've given a lot of evidence which covers discussions in the that questions are raised in the interview. But towards the end of the interview, was there a discussion with Mr. Harvey where you're raising, well, look, what's going to happen next?
Yes.
And Mr. Harvey, without committing himself or his organisation, was raising matters such as, look, there could be mediation.
Yes.
Or there could be some kind of conflict resolution meetings or procedures between you and the mayor.
Correct. He also explained that there'll be a little bit of time before he can prepare his final report.
Did he flag at that time that there was going to be an interim report?
No, I don't recollect, but he did phone me to say he'd been asked to send an interim report and he was doing so, but couldn't provide me a copy of it. But he did indicate that the interim report was basically saying, look, I need time to finish the final report.
And did you also understand that he was interviewing other people, indeed, including Mr. Manoon?
Correct.
Now, did you know on the 27th of May there was an interim report prepared by Weir?
As I said, he phoned me to say he was doing it, but I never saw it and didn't know when it was sent.
Would you bring up document LCC.002.004.0361? Yes. You can see their interim fact finding. And if we just move through the document, you can see it's, keep on going, sorry. As it's described, it's an interim report identifying conditions.
I've not seen this report before.
Okay.
I've never read this report.
All
I've never
right.
been provided with it.
If I can just take you towards the end, maybe if you go to section 1.4, fact-finding process to date, it's on page 3. Got it?
Yes. Would you like me to read it?
So you can just see under 1.4 the tasks that have been taken already.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You've got, at the end of that, it's anticipated that the final report will be completed within 2 weeks.
Yeah, he said something like that when he phoned me to say that they've asked him for an interim report. And he'd need a number of weeks from memory to finish the final report.
And then if you move through to page 4 of the document, under 1.8 interim observations and conclusions.
Right? Can I read that? Yes.
And then if we can go to the next page. We've got under 1.9 recommendations. I recommend that the council waits for the outcome of the final fact-finding report. And that report was dated the 27th of May. You've never seen it before this?
No.
So 27th of May, the council meeting for May occurred on the 29th of May.
I believe so. I can't remember the exact date, but I assume it did.
Did you attend that meeting?
No, I wasn't invited. And since I was on special leave, I didn't think it was appropriate that I should.
Would you bring up, please, OLG.001.001.1061? At this point of time, were the council meetings live streamed?
All live streamed except confidential session.
But as at May 24?
I would have assumed that, as I said, I didn't.
Were you watching?
No.
All right.
The confidential sessions aren't live streamed, but is there still a recording made of them?
My understanding is yes.
We won't put it on the live stream at the moment.
Apparently it's been withdrawn. Oh,
That's okay.
yes. Just on the confidential sessions, your understanding is they are recorded,
Yes.
but obviously the video or the tape, or however you describe it, is kept separately
Yes.
to the recording of the live stream.
Correct.
And is it your understanding that it's kept?
Yes. And it's kept separate. It's not disclosed to the public. It's why you go back into open session and pass a motion of what was dealt with in the confidential. That is then part of the actual official minutes.
Understand that. I'm interested more in that when the council moves to a closed session,
Yes.
it's recorded,
Yes.
and that to your understanding, those videos or recordings of a closed session are then maintained or kept.
Yes.
And do you know who keeps them?
No, I mean, there's staff there that are undertaking that work. That's why they remain in the confidential session and they continue to record.
And under the council staff, whose jurisdiction does that come under?
Portelli, corporate
Support.
corporate and governance.
Just before you go to the detail of this document, Ms McDonald, Mr Parish, there's no longer the non-publication order over this document is no longer pressed, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, on the 11th of July, I made an order pursuant to Section 12B of the Royal Commissions Act that the document OLG.001.001.1061 not be published. That direction is now vacated.
The document on the screen is entitled Mayoral Minute. You can see it's dated the 29th of May from the Mayor, subject to staffing matter. It commences with referring back to the resolution of the 24th of April,
Yes.
which I've taken you to.
Yes.
And then if you can move down that first page, please. You can see after going back after the repeat of the earlier resolution, it talks about, in addition to the CEO's actions during the meeting of 16 April, his actions and inactions in advance of the meeting and which followed the meeting are of concern. And then upon consideration as a whole, it is appropriate that Mr. Ajaka be dismissed from his role as CEO. His contract of employment enables the council to terminate the contract at any time without notice and without payment in lieu if the employee commits any act that would entitle a summary dismissal. And then for the reasons set out in attachment A, it's appropriate to exercise that right. And then a recommendation, you can see that your employment be terminated and you receive a letter. And then if we continue with the document, probably commencing at about page 3, yes, there's the letter that it was anticipated you would receive. In particular, can you see at the commencement of the 3rd paragraph, there are what are termed several instances of unsatisfactory conduct on your part. So the first dot point is you didn't provide the financial modelling information which had been requested from you for budget purposes. You did not provide that information because you disagreed with the models being considered. That relates back to that email that the Mayor sent you with a request for modelling. My recollection is you said that you forwarded that to Mr. Portelli.
No, so when the Mayor emailed me, he CC'd Mr. Portelli, if I recollect.
Did Mr. Portelli prepare the modelling?
I think in my email back to Mr. Portelli, in a reply that Lauren would organise a meeting, I think I did say, can you prepare the figures?
And do you recall whether he had prepared the figures for the meeting of the 16th of April?
No, I don't believe he did.
And do you know why he hadn't? Did he tell you why he hadn't?
No, but he and I had discussed before the meeting that, we can't be proceeding with this because this is clearly a restructure. It can't happen and it makes no sense. And we really need to have a meeting with the Mayor to discuss it. So we organised the meeting for that purpose.
Then the next dot point is the meeting and when you uttered those particular words.
Yes, but not in that entire sentence like that. It wasn't a situation of all of those words.
I'm sorry, I should have asked you about that. Your evidence yesterday of what you said was different from what's recorded there.
Correct.
First words you say you did utter.
But in a bit of a longer sentence, for the love of God.
Yep. And what about you're always interrupting me, stop interrupting me? Did you say that?
I may have said that earlier on before the shut the
F up.
But I may have said to him when we were talking, each time I'd start to explain something, he'd interrupt me. And I said, look, you keep interrupting me, stop interrupting me. At some stage I did say, look, I'm not sacking anyone. And I don't recall ever saying you're not firing me. I'm not going anywhere. The comments I'm not going anywhere was in relation to, take the leave. I had said to him on a number of occasions, I'm not going anywhere. So a lot of those words had been said, but it wasn't all in the one hit like that.
The next dot point asserts that on the 22nd of April you met with a representative of the USU And then immediately after that, there were, excuse me, accusations made by the USU to the effect that the mayor is looking at sacking 150 staff members.
Yes. I made that clear in the interview with Peter Harvey from Weir and Associates that I never said that. And fortunately, Sandy Northern, who was there, also made it very clear in that interview that she wasn't going to indicate who said it, but she absolutely assured Peter Harvey it wasn't John Ajaka.
And then the next dot point, that the USU concerns about security of employment arose from the meeting with you and your lack of action to both correct this misstatement and to reassure staff and ratepayers that the accusations were untrue.
I had no opportunity to do that. I was literally put on special leave within a very short period of time.
When were you sent on the special leave again? That was
The meeting in April. I think April the 24th was the meeting.
And when was your understanding of when the rumours of 150 people started losing their
I
jobs?
think it first came out in the USU advocate email, from memory. And I'd never been informed of this being a problem until I received that letter. So this was the first time that had been brought to my attention that I'd somehow rather been involved or failed.
Failed to correct.
Correct.
We go to the next page, please.
I actually received the formal letter, I think almost within minutes of the decision. That's when I first became aware that this action had been taken against me.
And then the letter continues to say, again, there's more allegations that you can of not correcting misstatements that Mr. Hadley repeated in a radio piece, etc.
Again, this is the first time I became aware of these allegations was when I received this formal letter shortly after the meeting. None of that had ever been raised with me. I'd never been given an opportunity to respond to it. Didn't even know about it until Peter Weir had raised some of the issues in his email to me, which we dealt with in the meeting. In the interview.
Then the next dot point is the council meeting, which was disrupted by union members, yet notwithstanding your statutory functions to direct staff, you took limited action to facilitate the effective functioning of the meeting. And the action that you did take encouraged members by stating words to the effect, I couldn't be more proud of what you're doing.
I explained that yesterday and I explained it in the Weir report. When the mayor sent a message that I should go back into the meeting and convince them to leave, I tried that. And I did indicate to them that I knew that they were doing it, they were there for me. I appreciated the fact that they were there for me. I mean, it was extraordinary that all of the employees, USU delegates, USU officials, and other members of the public were sitting there supporting me, a CEO, almost unheard of. And I told them I was proud of them, but they had to leave. I wanted them to leave. I didn't want to see them get in trouble. I didn't want to have to live with that.
Were the police called to the council meeting?
Not at that stage. When they still didn't leave and I left the chamber, because they said to me, no, we're staying, we're not leaving. I then left the chamber because I was still under the direction to leave the chamber. I saw the police arrive a time later.
And I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. The council meeting started, it then went to move into closed session.
Correct. We were asked to leave.
And was that when members in the public gallery, including employees or staff members, refused to leave?
No, all the staff, all of the main staff that sit in the meeting left. We're talking the directors.
No, that's fine. I'm talking about people in the
that
public
were in
gallery.
the public gallery, correct.
They refused to leave.
Yes. And yep,
When were the police called?
after I was unable to get them to leave, the police arrived, I think, about half an hour later.
And at that point, the council hadn't moved into closed session.
They couldn't.
So there's a period where the council have resolved to move into closed session, but they can't because there's still people in the public gallery.
Correct.
You've just given an account of where you say you went to them and basically said, leave, but I'm proud of you for what you're doing, but please leave. They didn't leave. The police came, and then eventually did members of the public gallery leave?
Yeah, I was proud of them for
No.
backing me.
I'm looking at the sequence of events.
Yes.
And the council moves into closed session there. You're still in the council premises,
In the outside for you.
but you haven't, you've been excluded from the closed session.
Correct.
They come out of before the closed session, you have the meeting in the kitchen.
Correct.
You're told what's going to happen.
Yes.
Then it's suggested, why don't you just go?
Yes.
And you say no. You return to the open council session.
Yes.
Standing near
Behind one of the directors.
The resolution is again put in open session, passed, and then you leave.
Correct.
Right. And then just the final dot point, on the 24th of April, you declined to adhere to a reasonable request regarding seating arrangements at the council meeting. Was that the request that you don't sit at the table with the mayor?
Correct.
Right. And then you further refused a reasonable and lawful direction that you depart the council meeting immediately, insisting on waiting until the resolution to place you on special leave was made.
So just before you move on, operator, could you just scroll down to the foot of this page? Pause there for me. Over the next page.
Excuse me for a minute. Would you please bring up the minutes of the council meeting, INQ.001.001.1105? First page of the minutes. Mr. Ajaka, you see the document?
Yes.
And can we go to page, I think it's 51? You're still there. This is when the council goes into an open session, and you can see the recommendation is that your employment is terminated immediately without notice, immediate effect. Letter is written to you, and Mr. Breton is appointed as continues. Sorry, he was appointed when you went off on the leave from April.
Yes.
And can you move down a little bit under council decision? Ultimately, it was carried, but you can see from the division, the motion was carried on the mayor's casting vote.
Yes.
Now, may I draw your attention to motion of dissent?
Yes.
And this was from Councillor Caliander, seconded by Councillor Green, that a decision should not be made until the current investigation findings are available, and the mayor shouldn't be using a casting vote for this matter. Your understanding of the current investigation is the Weir report.
Yes.
And then if we can go to the next page. You can see that it was voted against, had the majority.
Yes.
And then, yes, you can see dissenting councillors. All right, that's okay. So can I just ask you about the actual resolution? We've heard during the inquiry the reference to the standard contract developed by the Office of Local Government, which sets out the terms and conditions for the employment of a CEO or general manager. And within that, we've heard about the ability to terminate the employment of a CEO or a general manager, and it's been described as without cause, but with payment of 38 weeks' salary.
Correct.
What was resolved here was different.
Yes.
What was resolved here was again relying on a clause of the employment contract that your employment be terminated with cause.
Correct.
And the effect of that resolution of with cause is that it was a summary dismissal and you received no 38 weeks or any other payment reflecting that your contract of employment was ending then and there.
Correct.
And I'm just saying that was with the exception of any leave that you had accrued or any payments like that.
Correct.
And just confirming, until that resolution was made, you had not been told any of the basis of the decision or the resolution.
Correct.
And you had no opportunity to address the council, giving them your side of the story.
I was given no notice that the motion was even going to be moved. I hadn't even anticipated the motion at this stage because we were still waiting for the report to come through.
And indeed, the way it was described as being a mayoral minute, that also had the repercussion that it was not included formally as a notice of motion or in the agenda booklet or even a confidential booklet that's provided to councillors before the meeting.
Or any notice to councillors that was going to occur.
And the termination letter, attachment A that I just took you to in the previous screen, and I took you through the dot points, On the 29th of May, did you receive a copy of that letter signed by Mr. Breton as the acting CEO?
Correct.
I'm just noting the time, Commissioner.
Yes. Ajaka will break for morning tea.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll resume at 10 to 12, so if you wouldn't mind being back here a couple of minutes before that.
I will,
Ready to go.
Commissioner.
Great.
Thank you.
20 minutes, 10 to 12.
Resolution by the Council on the 29th of May 2024 that your employment be terminated summarily with no other than accrued leave, etc., with no further payment.
Correct.
Now, the next stage in the process is that the final WEIR report is produced, and that was towards the beginning of June 2024.
I wasn't made aware of that.
Right. Were you ever provided with a copy of it?
No.
Would you bring up WEIR report LCC.008.001.0002? 0002? And it can be live streamed. That's the first page. And you can see towards the bottom of the first page, it's got a date of June 2024.
Yes, I can see that.
Would you go to the executive summary? And in particular, if you would go to page 6 under assessment. The assessment is the fact-finding investigation did not find any prima facie evidence to support the allegations of misconduct being put to Mr. Ajaka. The investigation concluded that the comment, while unprofessional, was of itself trivial and could and should have been managed at the time through Council's existing policies, which most likely would have prevented the matter from escalating. The reference there to Council's existing policy processes, what is your understanding that was being referred to there?
Oh, so this is the first time I've seen this.
That's okay, but
I would assume that what they're talking about is any of the grievance policies or any complaint policies of that nature. There would have been a way to deal with it either internally or through mediation or through bringing in one of the experts, one of the human resources people, manager, to deal with it and bring the parties together.
right. The next paragraph is talking about somebody speaking to the media, identifying it's a possible breach of the code of conduct, but not within my scope to investigate this matter.
Yes.
And then next paragraph, an observation that the Mayor made comments about the CEO's age that has the appearance of age discrimination. And then if we can turn to the recommendations, because that's picked up again. Stop there. So I recommend outcome of the fact-finding investigation be noted, then consider further investigation about, if I can describe it as the leak, and then consider speaking to the Mayor about appropriate language and issues and concerns related to age discrimination. There was correspondence subsequently about the report from council. Would you bring up, please, LCC.008.001.0036? And if you move down the document, oh, sorry, and it can be live streamed.
While that's happening, in that last document, council assisting to the reference to council's existing policies and procedures. Did you have in mind also the code of conduct?
Yes, that would be the type of policy I was talking about.
Thank you.
And the provisions in the code of conduct if a dispute arises, how you deal with it.
Thank you.
Confirming you live stream.
Yes, sorry. And would you move to page 4? And an email from a Margot Kindley dated the 11th of June at 6:01. Yes, there. This is an email which contained, as the subject heading says, clarification of the report. It was sent to Mr. Harvey, then Mr. Harvey has responded in the red print.
Right.
Thank you. If we can see, the first issue is, can you elaborate on why there is no recommendation as to the central scope, considering the context is important? And there's a reference to, I understood the central scope related to Mr. Ajaka telling the mayor to shut the F up. And in this regard, my recommendation is the outcome is noted on the basis that your employment had been terminated. Ordinarily, I would have recommended mediation to assist the parties resolve their differences, which would include contextual issues around the way they work together and communicated. I was also conscious that 2 other investigations were underway. Would you then move to the next part, which is question 2? Then there's a question about the leaking to the media, which I won't bother you with. And then finally in point 3, they pick up on, or a question is asked about the recommendation that the mayor be coached about appropriate language and issues concerns related to age discrimination when this was not within the scope of the investigation until it was raised with the respondent. And then you said, the response is, Mr. Ajaka did not make such an allegation. I picked up on the comment the mayor made in my interview, and then sets out the exchange in the interview. And then finally, in my opinion, he's likely to benefit being made aware of proper language when it comes to age, etc. Consequently, it's not an allegation, but a matter that could be resolved by counsel. And then the 4th point is covered by point 3. And excuse me for a minute. Again, you're probably unaware of this, Mr. Ajaka, but after those clarification points were sought, there was an amended final report and I'll just put on the record, which was document LCC.008.001.0003, which includes as an annexure this correspondence dealing with clarification and some other amendments which really are not matters of substance. But until this inquiry commenced with downloading material for access to parties represented, had you seen the final or the finally amended WEIR report?
No, my lawyers never provided me with them.
And never told of the result or the recommendations?
No, the only information I had on the WEIR report was with the interim one where Mr. WEIR said it's just an interim and basically says I need a couple of weeks to finalise the final one. That was the scope of what I knew of the WEIR reports.
Now, just finishing with council, is it your, I'm sorry, withdraw that. The next council meeting was on the 26th of June 2024. Would you bring up, please, the minutes, INQ.001.001.1101? Yes, please. First page, minutes, meeting of the 26th of June.
Yes.
And would you please go through to page 7?
Right.
Headed notices of motion of rescission.
Yes.
And you can see that it was submitted by councillors Green, Caliander, Hull and Rhodes.
Yes.
Move a rescission motion to rescind the resolution relating to item mayor staffing matter.
Yes.
And then it further states that should the rescission motion be adopted, we give notice it's our intention to move a subsequent motion of uphold the principles of due process and procedural fairness in relation to the independent investigation of matters raised on April 24 council meeting via that confidential mayoral minute. And if we can continue down. Then I think it's on page 8. You've got the result of the motion to rescind.
Yes.
It was declared lost.
Yes.
The division is set out, and it's also noted that the motion was lost on the mayor's casting vote.
Yes.
Now, leaving the council's meetings and discussion about the issue, did you, after you received your termination letter, take some independent action concerning your termination?
So when I received the termination letter, by email from Jason Brereton, I was shortly advised by Jason Brereton that a notice of rescission had been lodged, and therefore the termination did not operate until the notice of rescission was dealt with. And then I believe I received an email from Jason Brereton shortly after this saying that the notice of rescission had failed and my termination took effect as per the letter. And then I went and sought legal advice.
And was the first step in your legal advice solicitors acting for you wrote to Mr. Brereton as the acting general manager?
Yes.
Please bring up document OLG .001 .001 .0312.
McDonald, at some convenient time, could I just be given the references to correspondence that Ajaka has just referred to last time? It doesn't have to be now. That can be just doc IDs passed up to me of
Yes.
communication with Mr. Brereton concerning the rescission motion and the notional stay of the termination decision.
The notice from Mr. Brereton that the rescission motion had been lost is document LCC.002.
Yes.
.004. .0272.
Right. And then at some convenient time, the notice to Mr. Ajaka that there was such a
Yes.
motion and not yet be terminated pending that decision, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry, have you got that letter?
Do you want that document on the
Yes.
live stream as well?
Excuse me. This is the letter from the solicitors that you engaged.
Yes, Phil Hayward.
And just looking at the heading of the letter, it's got notice of dispute and referring to clause 17 of the contract of employment.
Correct.
And then if we can follow through that document.
Yes. Correct.
You can see dispute resolution. There's an express provision for dispute resolution, and then the issues of dispute are number one, failure of council to conduct performance review.
Yes.
Right there. If go to the next page, please. Boundaries between mayor.
Sorry, Mr. McDonald, we've been terminated on the screens in our
Oh,
room.
sorry.
We've been expired for a moment.
I had taken you, Mr. Ajaka, to the two areas of dispute raised in the correspondence, and I think the second one is up on the top of page 2, the boundaries between the mayor's function and responsibilities and the general manager.
Yes.
And the letter, I'm not going to take you to this in detail because you've given evidence. Your solicitor then responds to the letter from the informing you of your termination dated the 29th of May.
I believe so, yes.
And if we can move through that document right through to page 5.
Yes.
Under other commentary, it finally says, refers to clause 17 of the contract, you're obliged to convene a meeting in an effort to resolve the dispute.
Yes,
And was it the case that there was some form of mediation organised to try and resolve the dispute?
correct.
And I'm not going to take you to great detail with this, but on about the 20th of June 2024, was there a mediation which you attended and representative from the council conducted by a Mr. John Murphy?
Correct.
And that mediation did not resolve the dispute?
Correct.
Then after being informed that the rescission motion had been lost in the June meeting,
Yes,
did you then commence proceedings first in the under the Fair Work Act?
yeah, there were two proceedings, one in the Federal Magistrates and one in the Land and Environment.
Right. The one in the Federal Magistrates, might have been the Circuit Court by then, was that preceded by a form of conciliation by a Fair Work Commissioner?
I can't recall. Maybe.
You've spoken about trying to seek legal redress in two forums.
Yes.
One, your recollection is that it was in the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia.
Yes, I believe so. Federal. Yes.
And secondly, you mentioned the Land and Environment Court. Were proceedings instituted there seeking judicial review of the purported decision to terminate your employment?
Yes, by summons, I believe.
Please bring up document LCC.002.004.0391. Yes, please. That's the first page of, as it's entitled, Summons in the Land Environment Court.
Correct.
It has a typed filing date of the 27th of August 2024.
Correct.
I'm not going to take you through this document, but it goes for a number of pages and sets out your instructions to your solicitor about the circumstances leading up to your termination, which form the basis of this application for a judicial review of the decision.
Correct.
Now, ultimately, was that summons, was there a hearing and a determination by the Land Environment Court?
No, from recollection, it was filed, it was served, and then sometime after that, a meeting had been arranged with my lawyers and representatives of council when council was in caretaker mode to try and negotiate.
And that negotiation led to a resolution of the dispute between you and the council.
Led to a settlement.
And as part of that resolution, did you receive a payment of money?
Yes.
The payment of money, did it include an amount which represented 38 weeks of your salary?
No, it wasn't 38 weeks.
What did you receive?
I did sign a confidential agreement. I assume I'm allowed to tell you.
Commissioner, a deed of release was entered into.
The amount's in the annual report. I thought it was. But, you know, someone object to me hearing it. Thank you, Mr.
I think the other side of the confidentiality would be mine.
Yes.
I might need to just get instructions on that before we.
All right. We'll just pause for a moment while that happens.
Thank you. Can I be excused?
Yes. I think I'm
Yes.
not going to leave the bed. Operator. People come with their legs. People can stretch their legs and discussions and the like. We'll adjourn briefly. You're free to stretch your legs if you like. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
Thank you for the time, Commissioner.
Oh, hang on, sorry. Now we're good. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
I won't beat my thanks. We currently have no objection to this line of questioning.
All right.
To the extent there's any confidentiality that we're in a position to waive or give up, we don't have any.
Thank you. And I should just correct slightly the observation I made before the adjournment about the annual report. What I had in mind was the provision in the 2023-24 report, IAQ 001-00354, at page 118. So the last financial year, not what's happened since. Yes, Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Ajaka, I was asking you about the legal proceedings that you commenced in Land Environment Court
Yes,
that was settled.
Yes.
And you referred to a meeting which led to a resolution of the dispute.
yes,
And as part of the resolution of the dispute, you were paid an amount of money.
correct.
Was it the case that the money that was paid to you represented a payment or a contribution towards legal fees incurred?
Correct. That was part of it.
And the other part was a payment which may have reflected your salary and particular weeks of salary.
Correct.
How much did you receive?
So it was the equivalent of about 26 weeks. As an exact figure, it was 270,000
That was the component
for
of that.
the salary, and then there was a component for legal costs that was agreed to be paid in the sum of 80,000.
And were there any other components to the payment?
No. The 270 was split into superannuation and balance.
Now, I wanted to move to a couple of other topics which won't be as lengthy as that topic. I wanted to go back to the issue of the restructure that you undertook and the appointment of directors.
Yes,
Summarising your evidence from yesterday, you did the two-stage restructure. At one point, you had 5 directors,
yes,
and then that was expanded to the 6th director,
yes,
which was going to be the director of City Futures.
correct.
Would document LCC.001.002.0011 be brought up, please? This is an organisation structure that I took you to yesterday. Though dated October 2023, my recollection of your evidence, oh, sorry, it's not up there.
Do you want this document shown on the left?
Yes, please. I'll start again, Mr. Ajaka.
That's right.
I showed you this yesterday.
Yes,
Though dated October 2023,
yes,
my understanding is it does set out the restructure that you introduced during the year, particularly with the directorates
yes,
and also with the sections or departments underneath.
sections, yes,
Now, with the directors, I'll start again. Your evidence was that there was one director who continued as a director when you commenced your employment.
Correct.
And was that Tina Bono?
Correct. That was the Community and Lifestyles Directorate.
And your understanding of Ms. Bono was that she had been working for the council for a number of years?
Yes, and she was the acting CEO when I was retained.
That's right. There was Mr. Diplis was the acting CEO, then she took over from him as acting CEO, and then she returned. Do you recall whether the Director of Community and Lifestyles was her substantive position?
Correct. The title may have been slightly different, but it was the same directorate.
And again, your understanding is that her career, and I'm describing it in a general way,
Yes.
had been that she had been working for Liverpool City Council for a number of years.
Yes.
And had started in a position and worked her way up to
Yes.
being acting CEO and now a substantive director position.
Yes.
Now, the Director of Operations, that was the appointment that you made to that position was Mr. Breton.
On a temporary basis, on an acting and temporary basis.
He replaced Mr. Diplis.
I can't remember which director had which, so it would have been either Mr. Diplis or whoever was in that position at the time.
Now, so he was initially acting and then was appointed to the permanent position.
Yeah, he applied for the full-time position and he was successful and appointed.
And again, at a general level, Mr. Breton's work experience was he started as a police officer and worked his way up to, I think, a senior detective role, or
I believe he was a superintendent of the detectives.
then joined private industry
Private and possibly even government infrastructure.
in kind of the transport area.
Yes,
Before he was appointed in the acting role,
yes.
his experience of actually working for local government or in local government, was that minimal?
Yes,
But in appointing him, you took into account his experience in those other areas that I've just broadly described.
yes. And the fact that he was one of the, as I saw it, top 3 final candidates for the general manager's role.
That's right. Now, the Director of Planning and Compliance, that was Lena Kakesh.
Yes, so she was already employed by council in a senior planning role. She would have been probably the most senior manager at the time.
Again, your understanding of her work history was that she had been working for the council for a substantial period of time.
Yes,
Again, worked her way up,
correct.
and you referred to her as occupying a senior manager position,
Yes,
until being appointed to the director.
yes.
Mr.
So again,
Portelli,
acting director until the role was properly advertised, and then she applied and she was successful and she became the permanent director.
and the acting roles, you gave evidence yesterday that when you started as the CEO, there were a number of directors who left the employment of the council, and I think you described it by agreement, which involved some kind of ex gratia payment.
Correct.
Now, the Director of Corporate Support, again, when you were appointed, was Mr. Portelli at that time acting?
Yes, he was acting in a, I believe he was referred to as a consultant acting in a senior role, assisting the director.
Who was the director before Mr. Portelli?
I can't remember her name.
Was it your understanding that he'd come on, was working for the council, I think, from about November or December of 2022, dealing with as a consultant with a particular project dealing with the structure of the council?
I was informed that he'd come in as a consultant to assist the director and to assist corporate in relation to a number of issues.
Now, Mr. Portelli, up until about 2014, he had worked in a number of local councils.
Correct.
He had worked for Liverpool City Council and indeed had been the CEO at that time.
And I was advised of that at the time.
And were you also advised that from 2014 until acting in the consultant position, he hadn't worked?
No, I just understood he hadn't worked for Liverpool City Council. I wasn't aware that he hadn't worked.
All right. Now, the new Directorate of Customer Experience and Business Performance,
Yes.
the appointment there was Michelle McElverney.
Yes. So again, one of the current staff, a very senior manager, was put in the role of acting until the position was advertised. That staff member did not apply for the position, and Michelle was the successful applicant.
So she was an applicant outside council.
Michelle, yes, I think from memory she was working for IPART at the time.
At where, sorry?
IPART.
And your recollection of her work history, did it involve working for councils or was it in other areas of either government or private
She clearly
industry?
worked in areas of government, but from recollection, she had a very good understanding of council. And from memory, her CV did indicate she'd previously worked for a council.
And then the final director of City Futures,
Yes.
when the position was created, was Mr. Mallard appointed as an acting?
No, Julie Scott was. She was the senior manager who was undertaking quite a bit of the section work that went under City Futures. So she was appointed. I believe Mr. Mallard at the time was still the senior policy advisor with the Mayor.
And when the position was advertised for the permanent appointment, Mr. Mallard applied and he was successful.
Yes, Julie Scott did not apply.
And Mr. Mallard, again, he was a member of Parliament.
Correct.
You knew him through that.
Yes.
Also, I think he might have been a councillor on Sydney City Council.
He was from memory, he was originally a councillor on South Sydney Council, and then when it merged with Sydney City, he was also a councillor on Sydney City. He had extensive local government experience and state government experience.
And you knew him through your role as head of the upper house?
Yes, I mean, I knew him in my role as a member of the upper house, also knew him in my role as a minister, but he was one of the deputy presidents I appointed. As president, you appoint a number of deputy presidents to assist you.
How long were you president?
So I was minister from 2013 to 2017, and I was president from 2017 to 2021 when I retired.
Mr. Ajaka, at the time that you were appointing these directors,
Yes.
the position was, under the Act, that the council could determine or designate these to be senior staff positions.
My understanding was that I had the authority to appoint, but I would consult with council, I would inform council and hear feedback from council. I didn't believe that it was council's authority to appoint.
What I'm asking you about is the designation which then existed under the Local Government Act of designating a director as a senior staff position.
Yes, sorry.
And that designation as a senior staff position was made by council.
Yes, they were the director positions.
And that meant at that particular point of time that the directors weren't covered by the relevant award, but would enter into a contract of employment with the council.
Correct.
And was it your role to determine, withdraw that? As we've seen from your contract, where there was a standard contract developed by Office of Local Government,
Yes,
with directors at this point of time, 2023, where it was designated that was a senior staff position, again, was there a standard contract developed by Office of Local Government that would be used in entering into a contract with that director?
correct.
And that, subject to some possible small changes, that contract, the terms of that contract was mandatory.
Yes,
But where there was an element of discretion was as to pay.
and any other form of remuneration or entitlement.
So there might be, just off the top of my head, something about provision of a car or superannuation, etc. Now, when you became the CEO, and as you've said, at that time it was a mixture of people acting as directors and some full-time directors, one of whom remained Tina Bono, the various contracts of employment for those positions, did they differ in the remuneration paid to those directors?
Yes,
And did that remuneration, the different remuneration, reflect factors such as experience?
not in my view. I couldn't see the real reason for the differences because in some cases, those that were earning the higher amounts seemed to have less experience and less functions than those that were earning the lower amount. At one stage, it almost became clear to me that the males were earning the higher salary and the females were earning the lower salary, which again just made no logical sense to me.
Sorry, Ms McDonald, your question was when Ajaka joined the organisation in December, January, that period?
Yes.
Before the restructure.
Yes. From that answer, in determining the remuneration for the directors, one of the relevant factors was experience.
So in looking at it, I did first form the view, and this was based on working on the restructure and ultimately advertising the position for the directors, that the directors needed to be equal, the directors needed to have equal duties, functions, responsibilities. They should have almost an equal number of employees working under their directorship, almost an equal number of sections. I mean, one of the directors had one section when another director had numerous sections under him and employees, and yet the one section director was earning a higher salary. So I looked at all of those factors and then made some inquiries.
If you can go back to my question, one of the factors that when you're reviewing what directors were earning and the different was the experience of the particular director.
Yes.
So how long they had worked at the council, what their other experience was,
Yes.
what level that was,
Yes.
how that might compare with
Yes.
somebody else within the council.
Yes.
Now, also in the answer that you've just given, as part of this review, you then looked at what they actually did
Yes.
in terms of duties, functions, and how many staff members were underneath
Yes.
reporting to them.
Yes.
And ultimately, you made a determination that each director would be receiving the same remuneration.
Based on that, they would have the same responsibilities.
You didn't take into account the various levels of experience or different experiences in making that determination?
Because we were proceeding to going to recruitment, the experience and qualifications and capabilities were all taken into account when we were hiring. And we were looking for very similar experience and capabilities.
But an experience of somebody, and I say this with no disrespect, who was a police officer, then a head of detectives, and then working in particular businesses or industry, that experience may not be as valuable, for example, possibly, as somebody who had spent all their life working in local government and had, developed great experience. I can't really see how that matter of experience, which you seem to have acknowledged should be taken into account,
Yes.
was reflected in the salaries where everybody was given the same remuneration.
With all due respect, I don't agree with you. With all due respect, the fact that someone can have an extensive experience in different careers, whether it's police, working within the state, etc., or had only ever worked in local government and nothing else, in many cases, the former experience is more extensive and more valuable. I mean, sometimes employees have been in a position where they've been boxed. They're not creative anymore. They're not innovative anymore. They don't really think outside the box. And this is why, and this appeared when I first started to be one of the big problems with the council and its toxic nature.
But implicit in that answer is recognising that experience, whether it's experience in the example I gave, which was just a hypothetical example, of do you value experience in local government, or do you value more the person coming in from left field with different experience? Is that taken into account in determining remuneration?
It's one of the factors, agree.
But the different experience of the directors that you appointed under this schedule, as it was determined that they would all receive the same remuneration, doesn't that mean that different levels of experience was not taken into account?
I don't agree with that.
You spoke about your aim with the restructure was to ensure that the directors had comparable responsibilities in terms of functions, number of employees, etc.
All of it collectively, yes.
And is it your view that looking at this structure that was achieved?
Yes. And if you compare it to the very first structure, very much so. Also by removing all of the sections that were reporting to the CEO and inserting them under each of the directors helped spread that responsibility.
Now, the remuneration that you determined that each director would receive was in the amount of $350,000?
From memory, it was $340 plus superannuation plus the use of a car.
So in total, about $350.
No, it would have totaled to about $380.
Oh, okay. Did that involve, for some directorates, an increase in what the director had been receiving beforehand?
Yeah, I believe the average was around, one director was already on 360 plus entitlements, but went down. Others were on about 320. It went up, and Tina Bono, who, based on, you know, the most experience of local government, she was on the lowest amount. She was on about 300, 310 from memory. So she went up.
She would have gone up considerably. She would have, her salary.
She would have gone up from 310 to 340. That would have been a 10% increase.
But one of the factors that was playing on your mind was that discrepancy that is often found in pay structures of male employees receiving higher salary than female employees.
Yes. And if I could indicate, I mean, Tina Bono, who was on the lowest, was earning the salary of a CEO at the time I came in. Mm-hmm. And so if she was capable of doing the job as a CEO on that salary, it made no sense whatsoever why she was the lowest paid director.
Were you asked or quizzed by the mayor or any councillor about your decision to pay the directors the same remuneration?
So this all occurred during the restructure.
No.
Not at the time it occurred. Mm-hmm. Well after, the mayor did raise it with me, well after, during that post-September period.
And what was your conversation with the mayor about that?
So during that post-September period where, you know, the issues were arising between the mayor and I, one of the issues was that he came to me at one stage and said, this is ridiculous that all your directors are earning this much money. You know, I'm the mayor, I earn less than, $150,000 a year. It's absurd. You know, I've got issues with trying to find money to build my house. That was one of the conflicts that we were having. He would keep talking about this house he was building and he was trying to find money to build it. And I kept saying to him, this was all agreed to when we did the restructure. Council approved it. Council approved it on 2 stages. Council knew who the directors were. I'd already informed Council in information sessions and government sessions. I'd already informed ARIC. We'd gone through the fact that the directors were earning this money, the same amount of money. I don't know why you're raising it now.
Ultimately, Council's role in determining remuneration is in the budget to set an amount for the payment for employee costs.
Correct.
It's your responsibility to determine at least within the council their remuneration.
There are awards based on their grading. And directors are responsible for ensuring that grading. On occasions, directors will come to me and submit I don't remember the word, they would submit a document to me, it'll come to me in a minute, a memorandum to me where they believe that an employee had now increased their responsibilities and duties and that employee's grade that entitles them to the higher level.
Your role in respect of that is that a manager will raise it with you deserves a higher grading.
Yes.
Is your consent to that moving in grading required?
Yeah, so the procedure, again, from recollection, is that the director would put it together, it would go to human resources who would sign off on it, it would then go to corporate Farooq Portelli who'd sign off on it, and then it would come to me for the final signature.
Right, so you need to give the tick.
I had to give the tick.
Right. And
as did the others.
Very quickly, with increases to other members of staff which are known as reflecting a market rate.
Correct.
So you're not just within the award and salary structure. There's some application, and again, hypothetically, this particular role, there's a shortage of these employees. We need to keep this person we want to pay them on a market rate. Again, is it a matter of there is involvement by other sections within the council? So, for example, the particular director, human resources, Mr. Portelli, etc. And ultimately, does it come to you to give the tick, yes, that employee can receive a market rate?
Yes. The issue of market rate really came about when you were advertising for a position, and on occasions no one would apply, and it became evident that no one was going to apply based on what the actual figure was. So planners were the biggest example. There was no way you were going to hire a planner on the rate set by the award. So you would advertise it at a much higher rate, but we would go through all of those steps before it was decided to advertise it at market rate. Once you hired that planner at market rate, you knew that all the other planners that were working there on the award were going to start knocking on your door saying, I'm leaving if I don't get paid the same market rate. And the decisions had to be made by the directors and eventually go through that. And in some cases, yes, they were paid a higher market rate, and in some situations they weren't, and they left. We lost them.
Is an appropriate time?
Yes. Mr. Ajaka will break for lunch.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll resume at 1:05.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If you wouldn't mind being back here a few minutes before that, I'd be grateful. Is there anything to do?
Sorry,
before
Commissioner, 2:05.
Oh, sorry, 2:05. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Commissioner.
I need the break too. Is there anything to do before we adjourn?
No, thank you.
I'll adjourn till 2:05.
Mr. Ajaka, if I can just ask you some questions following on from the issue of the salary for directors.
Yes.
I asked you some questions about market rate and market rate being raised.
Yes.
And you gave as an example, it often arises where you're advertising trying to attract some applicants for a position.
Yes.
And if that occurs, it may then have a flow-on effect with employees doing similar work.
Yes.
And your evidence was that ultimately you had to give the tick to the payment of a market rate for a position.
After we went through the other. Yes.
And the other stages or steps that you've referred to, and ultimately it comes to you, was there a requirement of evidence being provided of what possible market rates were? And if that's unclear, I can expand or clarify.
Normally when the final memorandum came to me for approval, it had a summary of the basis of why it was being increased. And again, it had been ticked off by the Director, Human Resources, who had the job of investigating it, and also the Director of Corporate Services, who would have investigated it.
We've heard some evidence last week from an expert in human resources industrial relations for local government, and he referred to there are organisations which actually do market surveys.
Yes.
For positions within local government.
Yes.
So, for example, if you had the position of a planner and you either are having or anticipate difficulties in attracting candidates, you can go to one of these organisations, probably have to pay some money, but they will give you like a salary survey of planners in metropolitan councils are receiving this, etc. Was it a requirement in the material that was provided to you, the final memo, that at some stage of the process there was a reference to those salary surveys which look at comparable councils with the same position?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you were CEO, was there a procedure which dictated what had to be looked at, what had to be, for example, included in the justification for a market rate?
Again, that was something that would have been undertaken by the human resources manager in his department, which is why they would have to tick on it.
All right, but you can't recall a standalone policy.
I can't recall one.
Now, I want to turn to another topic. Upon your appointment, your work history was well known to members of the staff members of the council and also the public, and I'm referring to being a member of parliament for a period of years.
I would have assumed that.
And also that you represented the Liberal Party. Did you continue your membership of the Liberal Party when you were CEO?
It hasn't stopped. It's an automatic deduction each and every year. I've not cancelled it.
What about the joys of attending branch meetings or something?
No, I don't
like
do
that?
it. I ceased having any real involvement in the Liberal Party, including branches or positions in branches, when I became president of the Legislative Council. I took a far more independent role and tried to avoid being involved in party affairs.
Now, after your appointment as CEO, there were a number of appointments for at least one of the directors, and also other roles within the council of people who were members of the Liberal Party and had either been members of Parliament or had worked for members of Parliament. And again, that was either known or became known, particularly within the staff.
Yes.
And also, at one stage, became known by members of the community.
Yes.
Now, this is going to be a bit convoluted, but if you can bear with me.
Yes.
Where you had that a relationship with an applicant for a position, for example, the directorship,
Yes.
did you declare that?
Yes, and it would have been known. But if we're talking about, the only one would have been Shane Mallard of the directors. So at the time we came together as a panel, I officially declared that I knew Shane Mallard, and I also indicated that I would not be voting in relation to who the successful applicant would be, that I would leave it to the other two panel members, and therefore would have to be a unanimous decision by the two panel members. Otherwise, the appointment wouldn't occur.
In those circumstances, even with that declaration, you remained involved with the panel?
I sat in the panel and I remained involved in it, and I remained involved during the interviews of each and every one of the applicants.
So, for example, when Mr. Mallard was interviewed, you would have asked questions of him?
I didn't ask any questions.
All right. But the other applicants you did?
Yes.
Now, the declaration that you made in respect of Mr. Mallard's interview and appointment, was that formalised in some way? For example, was there a document that in which you set out I suppose your association, a perceived conflict, how you were going to resolve that? Or was it a matter of just raising it orally when the committee met?
I raised it orally, and the other two members, in particular Stephen Blackadder, noted it in their paperwork.
But there was no, in a sense, standalone document in which you formally identified your association, declared the conflict, and then declared what you were doing.
No.
The next part that I want to ask you about occurs when there are appointments of other employees to council, but you're not on the panel. So it may be for a manager or another role where the responsibility of determining who the successful candidate would be lies with the manager.
The director.
Oh, sorry, with the director.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
In those circumstances, again, is it a matter of the excuse me for a minute. The manager usually, there is a panel for the interview.
Yes, so the director, or in some cases, if it was a lower grade employee, it might be one of the senior managers, would involve human resources. And then in the advertising and the appointment, the interviews, they would undertake all of those.
And please remind me, I think I asked you this before lunch, when after that, where the manager comes out or the panel makes a determination, the preferred candidate is person X, that comes to you and you have to tick off.
In some cases, I don't believe in some cases it came to me and I ticked off on it. In some cases that it occurred and I was just notified. It depends on how high the ranking or grading was of the actual employee. For example, if you hired someone in operations to cut grass, it wouldn't come to me.
All right. I want to ask you about the recruitment and employment of a person called Harris Strangers.
Yes.
And my understanding is that he was employed on a temporary basis to begin with, and then applied for and was appointed to a permanent position known as a senior officer, government stakeholder engagement and advocacy.
Correct.
And I'm just concentrating on the panel that led to his permanent appointment.
Right.
You didn't sit on that panel?
No, I wasn't involved.
Is it your recollection that the panel who nominated him as the preferred candidate, that recommendation came to you to give the tick or the approval?
I don't think so. I can't recall.
From the material we've received, the curriculum vitae of Mr. Strangers would included that for a period of time, 2019, I think to 2021, he was employed as an advisor to you when you were the president of the upper house.
Correct.
And also that he had links with the Liberal Party,
Correct.
member of the Liberal Party
Correct.
involved in the party.
Correct.
Now, what I want to explore with you, again, where that is revealed, it is the type of information of the previous association with you in a political sense, involvement within a political party that is going to become known to the staff.
Correct.
And also potentially known to the community.
Correct.
Now, in respect of his employment,
Yes.
I assume if I ask you about that, your response will be there was a panel established to interview him. I didn't have anything to do with it. They interviewed other people and determined that he was the preferred candidate.
There was a step prior to that when I first became aware of it.
Yes.
But the first time I became aware that he was going to commence working at council was, I believe, the then director, Julie Scott, who was the acting director, informed me verbally that she had now hired a gentleman by the name of Harris Stragus and that he was going to commence working on a temporary basis and that she was aware that he once worked for me. I indicated to her that I didn't want to be involved in that and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to be involved in that. That's a matter for her and that obviously she should make the decision on the basis of the ability of the candidate and nothing else.
What I want to explore with you is that the steps that you've just outlined there are not subject to criticism. But what I am looking at is where there is an appointment of a person with that political link
Yes.
and an ongoing involvement with the Liberal Party,
Yes.
whether in the circumstances where you hear or you're told they're going to be appointed to a, for example, the permanent position, whether there is any scope for an internal declaration or informing of all the staff that, and I'm using Mr. Strangus as an example, I have been informed that Mr. Strangus applied for this permanent position and is going to be appointed to the position. I have known him for X years. He worked with me when I was a Member of Parliament. I understand he's a member of the Liberal Party, but I played no role in his appointment into the permanent position. All right? So what I'm looking at is not just a conversation, for example, with Julie Scott, but because, as you said, that information, the staff will hear about it, will find out about it. It's just the nature of organisations.
Yes.
That by making that kind of declaration of, yes, there's an association, but I have appropriately distanced myself, and that, in a sense, declaration being made internally to the staff, whether it would assist in stopping rumours and suggestions that, oh, he only got the role because he knows the CEO or he's a member of the Liberal Party. Now, I'm just putting that to you as a possible reform that could be introduced.
Absolutely. It makes sense. But it wasn't what we were doing.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah, but it makes sense if you're saying, is that a good way forward? Absolutely.
The other possible further use of such a declaration, we've heard evidence from about a number of Facebook pages, I think, community Facebook pages where members of the community who can contribute about concerns about the council.
Yes.
And again, because of the nature of people speaking, sometimes they pick up, oh, look, X has been appointed or there's been further political appointments. Another next step was if there is evidence of such innuendo, suggestions being made, your internal declaration could be made public.
A good suggestion.
Do you see any difficulties with such a...
No, I mean, in hindsight, I wish I did that. It's a good suggestion. But I took more the attitude of not being involved in because I should not be involved.
Council assisting made clear this is a potential for the future rather than a what you should have done in going backwards.
A good suggestion.
Does the council maintain a conflict register where
Yes.
conflicts like this are declared? And is that a public document?
Yes.
Something like this could be added to a document like that?
Yes. So at all council meetings, government meetings, etc., we all fill out our forms. We make the declaration verbally. We fill out the forms. It gets handed in. It gets bound, if I can use that expression.
I understand that in a meeting context. This is the example that's been explored with you is more in the day-to-day operational.
Would be a very good way of using the same form and going through the same procedure would work very well.
I want to turn to another matter of staffing.
Yes.
And I understand you can only assist the inquiry up to a certain point,
Yes.
but this was the position of the senior advisor.
Yes.
Asked you some questions about it yesterday,
Yes.
about where it was originally placed and where it shifted to.
Yes.
The first matter that I wanted to ask you about was that, again, from our review of structures, the organisational structure of the council, such a position existed during the council, which was 2012 to 2016.
That's my understanding, thereabouts. Yeah.
The council that was elected around 2016 went up to 2021,
Yes.
where the mayor was Wendy Waller.
Correct.
There was an abolition of that position.
That's my understanding.
Then, again, this is our understanding, that upon the election of the council in about 2021, before your appointment,
Yes.
that position was reactivated.
Yet, to my understanding, both the senior and the junior were both reactivated.
But at that point, and I know we've been through the structure before, formally it was placed in a reporting to the CEO.
I believe, yes.
But your understanding is the way the position was operating when you were appointed was that it was really providing direct advice to the mayor.
Correct.
And you gave evidence yesterday even about the location or the position
Yes.
of that, of the office or desk of
Yes.
the person occupying that position.
In the old building, yes.
Were there formal position descriptions for each of the staff?
Yes. And they were formally noted in the budget. They had to be for the positions to be created.
Now, would you please bring up document OLG.001.001.1066? Yes, please. And would you move through the document? If you could just go to the bottom of the previous page. You'll see this is an email from a Christy Wilson to a Roger North at the Office of Local Government.
Yes.
And where did Christy work within the council?
I can't remember a Christie. I would have left by then.
Yes, sorry. It's May 2024, yes. And you can see that subject heading is job evaluation and position descriptions.
Yes.
Would you go to page 3, please? I just wanted to focus on the role of senior policy advisor.
Yes.
Now there, it starts off by, it was held by Shane Mallard, employed on a temporary contract, initially on a grade 5 market rate.
I think it says 15.
I'm sorry?
I think it says 15, not 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, 15, grade 15 market rate.
Yes.
Then it was revised as a manager's salary and he continued in the role for a particular period. When it was revised to a manager's salary, and our note is that that occurred around July 2023, that was when you were the CEO?
Correct.
Do you recall why it was revised as a manager's salary?
No, I don't.
Again, your knowledge of moving from a grade 15, again, market rate, to a manager's salary, that would have involved a substantial increase in salary?
It would definitely involve an increase. How much, I wouldn't know.
All right.
I have no recollection.
It's then noted that Shane was recruited to the Director of City Futures role in August.
Yes.
And then you have Betty Bustani being a direct appointment to the Senior Policy Advisor role, effective 18 September.
Yes.
On a 12-month contract. Were you involved in the appointment of Miss Bustani, that direct appointment that's noted there?
No, that would have been undertaken by the director responsible, and then it would have come back to me, the final tick-off.
Would you just excuse me for a minute? Again, our understanding is up until September 2023, that position was still directly answerable to the CEO.
I don't have that recollection. If that's the case, then that would be correct.
But if that is the case, you would have determined or decided that she would be appointed to that temporary position.
I would have had the final say if that was the case. I wouldn't have gone about the recruitment, but I would have had the final say. I still would have left it either to human resources or asked one of the directors to do it. I just don't have a recollection.
Excuse me for a minute. Excuse me for a minute, Mr. Ajaka.
Yeah.
Will document LCC.001.006.0036 be brought up?
Document's going on the.
Just pause for a moment.
No problem.
Thank you.
Excuse me. excuse me for a minute, Mr. Ajaka. I'm just going to jump back. Would you bring up, please, LCC-001.006.0015? Yes, because I think the redactions have been made. Now, this document's dated the 3rd of April 2023.
Yes.
It's addressed to Mr. Mallard.
Yes.
And you can see there, I'm pleased to offer you a full-time temporary appointment to the position of Senior Advisor within the Office of the CEO.
Yes.
And then you can see in the second paragraph, we are pleased to offer you a market rate of 168,000 plus super.
Yes.
If you follow the letter through, you can see there the position reports to you.
Yes.
And if we can keep on going, then the signature block is your name,
Yes.
which I assume would mean that you signed the letter that went to Mr. Mallard.
I would assume it. I don't recollect it, but I would assume that's the case if my name's there.
All right.
Would you make the formal offer for all staff to be employed or only staff of a certain grade?
So a lot of the directors, absolutely,
Yes.
and a lot of the senior managers, as I said, once they were employed, it would come to me for a final tick off, and then usually the employment letter was signed by me in many cases.
For other employees in the organisation, it might be a director, for example, who would make the formal offer?
The director may make the formal offer in some cases, but in a lot of cases, the director still like me to sign off on it. The letter was never prepared by me, of course. There was always prepared by somebody else, and then it would come in to me. In some cases, with the final ticking off would have a letter attached to it, and you do both at the same time.
Understood. Thank you.
Now, would you return to document OLG.001.001.1066? And if you would go through to page 2, and it's up there, and it can be live streamed. This is the summary that has been included.
Yes.
And you can see I've taken you to Mr. Mallard's temporary appointment.
Yes.
Then he goes to the directorship, and then we've got the direct appointment on a temporary contract of Ms. Bustani.
Yes.
I'll take you to the documents relating to Ms. Bustani, but what I wanted to emphasise with these dot points is the 3 last dot points. The job evaluation from 2013 is attached.
Yes.
Then the position was deactivated
Yes.
for that period and then reactivated without a further job evaluation in 2023.
Right.
And your understanding of a job evaluation is where human resources look at what is entailed with the job
Yes.
and then make a determination it's at this grade or at this part of the salary scheme. The evaluation means that it actually should be at a higher grade or a higher salary.
Correct.
And then if we return to document OLG.001.001.1055, I'll just check this. It's fine. This is a memo to you from Mr. Mallard, and he was a director by then, dated 6th of September, engagement of Betty Busani on a 12-month temporary contract.
Yes.
And if you follow it through, you can see, yes, right at the bottom, an appropriate ATRP of up to 250,000, incorporating base salary plus super plus car, will be negotiated with her.
Yes.
Now, that is considerably more than Mr. Mallard, when he was appointed just a couple of months beforehand, at a market rate salary of 168,000.
Yes.
And according to the report to OLG, no job evaluation's been undertaken.
I'm accepting that, yes.
Then, if we can then go to LCC-001.006.0036. There are redactions, so we can put it on the live stream. This is the letter of offer to Ms. Bustani.
Yes.
Can I just see who? It's actually signed by a recruitment coordinator. I think it's a Mr. Smith. It's not up there,
I can't
sorry.
see it.
Right?
Yes.
But if you go back to the first page, you can see in the second paragraph, the salary that she's being offered is 250,000 plus super.
Yes.
And also, if we keep on moving. Again, I think I might have taken you to this. You can see the standalone sentence that it's reporting to you.
Correct.
Now, again, there doesn't appear to be any job evaluation that has been undertaken, but a substantial increase in salary from about, I think Mr. Mallard was on 168,000, now up to 250,000.
Yeah. I've just got a recollection that Mr. Mallard's salary was re-evaluated to market before Miss Bustani was hired. I've just had that recollection. I could be wrong.
All right.
While Mr. Mallard was still in that position, you think?
Yes. I think, yeah. Also, this is the first time I've seen this letter. I'd seen the previous document. I actually met Miss Bustani for the very first time after her employment had commenced. I wasn't involved in the hiring process. It was done by the director.
In the lead up to her appointment, did the Mayor discuss Ms. Bustani and her possible appointment either on a temporary or a permanent basis?
Not with me.
Did you know that she had acted for him in her role as a solicitor?
Not until after her appointment. As I said, I met her for the first time after her employment commenced, when she was introduced to me.
So, and the records that we have, and we have many documents.
I'm sure you do.
Understatement of the century.
Yes. I just don't want to be criticised if there is a document there which is contrary to this proposition.
It would be a brave criticism.
The documents we have.
Sorry. Come on.
Suggest that, or don't suggest, state that the change in the position being a grade 15 to being equivalent of a manager position occurred after Mr. Mallard was appointed the director.
Okay, that could be the case. As I said, I just had a vague recollection. I could clearly be wrong.
And why such a dramatic or substantial increase to the salary of that role was granted in the absence of any job evaluation? Can you assist us in how or why that occurred?
No, I wasn't involved in it, so no. I'd be guessing.
Is it the case that that approval memorandum that we saw that you signed, that when you receive something like that, you rely on the advice given by the director?
Absolutely. I mean, if there was something in the memorandum that said this is an increased salary or this is this or a jump from X to Y, I would have made inquiries. But the way the memorandum read, I accepted the director had undertaken all the necessary steps.
You've anticipated my next point. Should there be either a policy or a standing requirement that where someone is being engaged on different or perhaps materially different terms to that the previous incumbent on the position, that should be something, or would be something that you would like to know as the CEO?
Yeah, so I arranged a change of a policy that I would not sign any new positions, nor could you have a new position created until ELT approved it. ELT had to be given both legal advice and financial advice from General Counsel and the Director of Corporate. I don't believe the policy applied for existing positions, so it would make a lot of sense that it applies for every single position in the future.
The change in the formal organisational structure was that the position from directly reporting to you became part of the City Futures Directorate, reporting directly to the director.
Yeah, this was when stage 2 was approved.
Yes.
This is when stage 1 was approved, and then ultimately stage 2 was approved. I'd removed any direct reporting to me, even in the stage 1 aspect.
And where the position was moved to was a managerial position within the Directorate of City Futures. So Ms. Bustani, according to the organisational structure, reported directly to Mr. Mallard.
That's my recollection.
But starting off with physical location, you've given evidence that she was located not with City Futures, but in the suite of offices of the Mayor.
Because although the reporting was to one of the directors, and previously, although the reporting was to the CEO, the employee was, to use the word, loaned out or made available to the Mayor. But they would work with, assist the Mayor. So it was sensible that they were close to the Mayor.
What was, up until the time of the termination of your employment, what was your view of that role of senior policy advisor?
So when the Mayor sent that email about making, I'll use the word redundant, a number of non-core positions, I mean, my view is, and I used it as an example, that would be the first position I would make redundant as a non-core position. As time went on, I did not believe that it was a necessary position. I also had formed a view about Ms. Bustani not being appropriate to continue, and I had formed a view and had communicated that I would not be renewing her contract, her temporary appointment. It was my intention to cease that appointment before I left. Sorry, if I had not left.
Could you just excuse me for a...
McDonald, is that
Oh, yes, I'm
convenient
sorry,
moment
yes.
just to stretch our legs for 5 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Right, I'll resume again at 5 past.
Thank you.
Free to stretch your legs.
Mr. Ajaka, can I follow up from some of the answers you gave immediately before our stretch break?
Yes.
You spoke about the role that Ms. Bustani was occupying, and my note of your answer was that you had formed the view that the position or the role was not necessary,
Yes.
and that it was not, and you'd also formed the view that it was not appropriate to continue her contract, or, sorry, she was under a temporary contract.
Correct.
Was when you spoke about not appropriate to continue, are you talking about the actual role?
Yes. I couldn't see a justification for it.
And why was that?
I just felt it was an unnecessary expense. I was aware that the role didn't exist under Wendy Waller. A number of councils had brought to my attention, again, why is this person here? Why is this role here? And as time went on, I could see that it almost became more of a role as a personal EA for the mayor, simply to be with the mayor wherever the mayor went. And that just had no logic for me when you already had an EA and an assistant EA, and there was a junior policy advisor position. I thought that was more than sufficient. So if we were trying to be efficient, it would have been one of the first roles that I believed wasn't needed to be a core role. And that's why I mentioned it to the mayor in that meeting on the 22nd of April.
That was going to be my next question. As part of your pre-break answer, you did say something along the lines of, and I, informed, or I said that the role shouldn't be continuing, something along those lines. It was, your evidence is it was the mayor that you told that to?
Yeah, in that meeting. So we dealt with item 1. I think item 2 was the non-core positions, and that's when I indicated to them, look, if you're talking about non-core positions, the first one that would go would be the position held by Betty Bustani. He was upset by that, made it very clear to me that he thought it was unfair of me that I would actually suggest her. And then we moved to area number 3, legal counsel.
You said that he was upset at that suggestion.
Yeah.
What did he say, or what did he do that allowed you to conclude he was upset?
From memory, it was something like, it's really unfair, or it's a bit nasty of you to be, picking on Betty Bustani. So he was looking more at the individual than the role.
And sorry, just that was, I won't bring it up, but it was the April the 12th email from Mr. Manoon, where point 2 was a $1 million reduction in wages by removing non-core function positions.
Yeah, I think that was point 2 from memory.
Yes.
Yes, but the comment occurred in the meeting where the comment was made.
Commissioner, they're my questions for Mr. Ajaka. I do have some documents to tender, but I don't know if you've got some questions.
I do, and we might wrap that up at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Mr. Ajaka, you said when you joined the organisation in the December, really got your feet under the desk, as it were, in the January after you returned from leave, that you considered that there was a toxic environment within the council? Just stop there.
Yes.
I've understood you correctly?
Yes, but it was before that, even in December, I understood that.
All right. What do you mean by a toxic environment?
So it was clear that there were huge disputes between the staff and management, a number of serious disputes between the staff and the mayor and some of the councillors. But most importantly, when I first met with the staff in that first week in December, the word toxic was used by them. When they started to talk about there aren't sufficient employees, there's too many vacancies, and I said, well, we should be hiring the vacancies. I remember very clearly one of the delegates yelling out that, well, you're not going to get anyone who would want to work in this shit toxic place. My response to him is, well, as long as you employees keep using that phrase, nobody's going to want to work here.
What were the nature of the disputes between the staff and management?
Most of the disputes between the staff and management related to comments being made by the mayor or actions of the mayor, and the staff felt that they were inappropriate. At the same time, the mayor's anger with the staff was in relation to comments being made by the staff and the behaviour of the staff. There was a real conflict between them. It was evident from day one.
And what was the path to resolving that conflict and eliminating the toxic environment in your view?
So literally on day one, I met with the delegates, and I still remember this. It was our operations. There was about, to my surprise, 30 of them, USU delegates. And I indicated to them, look, I'm very different. I intend to resolve this. One of them came back, we've heard that before, never works. I'm different. Yeah, they all say that. I said, well, I'm incredibly different. If you respect me, I will respect you. You work with me, I will work with you. I don't want an us versus them culture. Give me an opportunity to prove that.
And over time, did the situation improve, to your observation?
Enormously. I had their confidence, I had their trust, I had their respect. And as I said, in a very unusual way, they all backed me when the problems occurred between me and the mayor.
So that went some way to addressing the relationship between management and staff?
Very much so. I'm proud of the fact that I delivered all that I promised I would deliver, and most importantly, I eliminated the us versus them attitude between staff and management. We became one team.
And did the relationship, as it were, between the staff and the mayor improve over that same period?
It was more that they became arm's length. They kept separate, and I was a nice little conduit between them. When I asked them to do something and they replied they wanted the mayor to do something, I ensured the mayor did it. They then did it, and there was that lovely arrangement. Removing billboards and having vans painted with adverse comments were all removed by all parties at my request.
All right. And did it get to a stage that you thought was satisfactory at any point?
We got to a terrific stage where we were having barbecues once a month together and talking and working it. Look, the main attitude I had with them and made it clear to them is that if they raise things with me at the beginning, there'll be times I'll say yes and there'll be times I say no. And when I say no, they'll get a quick no, and it'll be a properly delivered no. And that occurred. Sometimes they would ask for something, I'd say no. Sometimes they'd ask for something, I'd deliver it.
What about the tension, as it were, between the staff and the mayor? Had that resolved?
It had quietened down, it stopped. But then it started to pick up again, from September onwards, and in those last few months that I was there, that's when the mayor started the social media again, and then it seemed to sort of pick up, but I was able to continually diffuse it, if I can use that term.
Right. Were any surveys of the staff, satisfaction surveys or engagement surveys done?
Yes, I believe there were surveys done before I started, and there were some surveys done while I was started, and they were, I can't recall them, but the surveys were far more positive during my time. The most important statistic I can give you is that there were 53 industrial relations matters the year before I started, and then I managed to resolve all of those in a short period of time that hadn't been resolved, and then there was zero industrial relation matters while I was there.
But your recollection is that there was an improvement in the responses of a staff satisfaction survey done during
Yes.
your tenure from one
Yes.
that had been done prior to your arrival?
Yes. There was also an enormous improvement in the staff becoming very involved and very cooperative and providing excellent suggestions on how matters can be improved through innovation, bringing in the necessary technology in relation to the work, etc., and assuring them that there would be no jobs lost. That was their biggest concern. And in fact, my biggest concern was finding more employees. So if you took operations, we were at least 40 to 50 employees down on numbers, and we started to recruit, and they were being very positive in that recruitment.
All right. I don't, we can bring it up if you need, but you've been shown the 12th of April email from the Mayor to you asking for the modelling. Remember that email fairly well, I take it. And you sent it to Mr. Portelli asking him to prepare the modelling and discuss it with you.
Yes.
I take it at that point, in circumstances where you sent it to Mr. Portelli to ask him to do that modelling, that you didn't see there was a problem with the Mayor asking for modelling of that kind?
No, if the email had been the first and only thing that I had received by way of communication from the Mayor, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. I would have. But the reality is, prior to that time, Commissioner, the Mayor had made it very clear to me, and we had argued extensively over it, that he wanted to remove 2 directors, he wanted to remove managers, he wanted to remove the entire legal team. And my view was that you can't proceed like that before the budget. It's a restructure. So when this email came, I really took it as this was just another way of him to bring those topics up again.
All right, but in a general sense, did you perceive there to be any difficulty with the Mayor asking for modelling of that kind?
No, that's why I indicated to Mr. Farooq to provide the modelling. I didn't understand the last aspect of the modelling, but I left that to Mr. Farooq.
Just remind me, what was the last aspect? We'll bring it up. OLG.001.001.0310, page 2.
I think the final one was income projected property lease.
Yes, that one. I didn't quite understand. For example, one of the properties was to include Civic Place, which at that stage we'd only just moved into, but it talked about presented in 2018 in February 22 versus current. Maybe the current was Civic Place. I took the Civic Place to be 2018 and 2.
In any event, perhaps I'm approaching it at a more general level. I understand you had a disagreement with the Mayor about where this would ultimately go, if anywhere, but
Yep.
Have I understood you correctly that you did not then and now don't see a problem with the Mayor asking for modelling of this kind?
No. I believe in the email where I called, where Lauren sent to call for the meeting, I believe there was a paragraph in it where I asked Farooq to do the modelling.
But ultimately it didn't get done.
I don't believe it got done.
Do you know why?
No. I feel that maybe it could be that Farooq was waiting for the meeting to be held and to discuss it at the meeting before, or to clarify exactly what the Mayor wanted.
But after that meeting, then it went no further.
Well, after that meeting, it went no further. I was terminated very shortly after that.
Thank you. Operator, we can take that document down. Earlier today, you were shown some documents in relation to the Weir review or investigation.
Yes.
And in one of those documents, it was noted that there seemed to be disagreement between you and the Mayor as to the scope of your respective roles. Do you remember that?
Yes, I hadn't seen the report.
I understand, but you saw it
I
this morning.
recall it being in there.
And that issue was also raised in the solicitor's letter that was sent on your behalf. Do you remember that?
Yes.
During the time that you were at the council, what was your understanding of the difference and the limits between your role as General Manager, CEO, and the Mayor's role?
But my view was that the Mayor, as well as all councillors, so the Mayor was the spokesperson of council of any decision made by council. So once the majority decision was made, the Mayor becomes the spokesman of council in that respect. And the Mayor and councils deal with the best interests of the public. And if one wants to look at it from a point of view, a macro policy point of view, a budget point of view, those are the matters. The GM is the person responsible for all staff who deliver all of the operational and administrative aspects of council. Councillors are not, and the Mayor should not, interfere in those operational matters. And that's the issue where conflicts were arising.
In what did you perceive the Mayor or any of the councillors to be entering into a space that you thought was within the purview of the General Manager?
So on numerous occasions, again, the Mayor would be conflicts with staff, criticism of staff, that meeting where he came into the Section 711 meeting where he hung up when they told him that he was uncomfortable. Some of the councillors wanting to speak to the personnel, either in relation to compliance matters. These were the type of matters that the Mayor and I were being conflicted of. And I have to remind the Mayor that, you know, you're not the CEO, you're the Mayor. You're not a director, you're the Mayor, and you should behave as the Mayor.
And other than the Mayor, did you have conversations of similar kinds with any other councillors?
Yeah, in particular, Councillor Richard Amoon and Councillor Mel Goodman. I gave the example of, after telling the councillors you shouldn't be dealing with any matter that you're not permitted to deal with any operational matter, Councillor Moon was still very well known, and he'd do it in front of everyone, where he dragged the Director of Planning out of a meeting in front of everyone, glass walls, and you could see them having a very detailed discussion.
Did the councillors have access to the staff areas in the office?
Yes, they could. So one of the areas, you've reminded me, one of the things that the Mayor and I argued about was that the Mayor wanted the customer service section in the new building to be next door to the Mayor's office, as opposed to being on a lower floor, because the Mayor believed that he should be walking around the customer service and listening to how the staff were dealing with the customer matters. I thought that was preposterous, and told him you can't be walking around, in a sense, looking at the staff and wanting to be involved in the phone calls that they're receiving.
What about the other councillors? Did they access the staff areas?
Yes, I mean, the access was unrestricted. There was no restricted access. Councils, and in the old building and in the new building. In the new building, there were internal stairs, so you could walk up and down and go to every area. It was open space.
Do you have a view about whether it's appropriate for councillors to access the staff areas, that is the staff offices?
My view is that councillors should never be meeting directly with staff under any circumstances, most certainly not one-on-one meetings, and that the only time councillors should meet is they should meet with directors where appropriate notes are taken, and if the directors are required to bring their managers or other staff along, that's how it occurs. It has to be on a very formal basis.
Do you have a view about whether councillors should meet with directors in the absence of the General Manager?
I have no problem with them as long as they're meeting with the directors, other staff are present, appropriate notes are being taken. In other words, it's dealt with on a very formal basis. And I'm also of the view that if those meetings are requested, they should do it through the councillor assist, where they put in a request, it's in writing, and they should do it. But to simply walk up to in a hallway, which is what was occurring, I was incredibly uncomfortable with that.
Now, in answer to some questions concerning the restructure that was implemented during your tenure,
Yes.
earlier today, you said that one of your objectives was to, in effect, equalise within each of the directorates staff numbers and departments or sections. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Why was that an objective?
I believe that all directors should be equal. I believe that all directors should be treated equal. I didn't want an us versus them. I had been informed at the beginning there was a toxic environment even between the directors themselves. They weren't working as one team. There was a bit of jealousy of why one director would earn more than the other director. The one earning less was working harder. I mean, this was the information that was told to me very, very early in the piece. And the simple solution for that is they should all be equal. And if you treat them all equally, give them all equal responsibilities, you end up with one good team where there's no animosity and they do work well together. And
Was part of the process, though, to consider the directorates and their sections as being complementary within each of them?
Absolutely. Commissioner, we spent close to 6-7 months to make this work, so it wasn't something that was done easily. And the number of times it was varied in that 6 or 7 months, where it became obvious that a certain section would fit better under another director because it would work in synergies with the other sections in that directorate, made far more sense. And that's what was occurring. At some times, directors were very possessive of their section. They wouldn't let it go. No, that's fine. No one else can have it. In other situations, directors felt, look, this really isn't me. I don't have the expertise in this area. It really should belong to another director. And by working together as one ELT, we were able to ensure that that happened.
Now, as part of that, the salaries for each of the directors were standardised, equalised?
Yeah. So I made inquiry as to what would be an appropriate salary, and the information that I was receiving from other GMs that I'd spoken to, but more importantly from Stephen Blackadder, who I considered had huge experience in relation to salaries, was that, according to him, directors invariably earn 70 to 80% of what a GM earned. That was the grading, and I chose the 70%, the lower figure for all of them, which came to the 340.
Other than speaking to Mr. Blackadder, was there any market testing of the salaries you were proposing?
I didn't hire a firm, but I made inquiries with other GMs and discovered that in most cases, their directors were earning about 75% of what the GM was. But some of those GMs were on lower than what I was on, some were on higher than what I was on.
You've been asked some questions about the staff that were available to support the Mayor, the
Yes.
2 executive assistants and the 2 policy advisors.
Yes.
And I asked you a question, I think, yesterday about whether there was a policy that dealt with staff of that kind being available to the Mayor, and I think you said you couldn't remember whether there was a policy, but it had been approved by the council through the budget means.
That was my understanding. So in the earlier term, it was approved. In the second term of Wendy Waller's, it was removed. And then when Ned Manoon became the new mayor, it was reinstated as part of the budget, and those positions were identified.
Were those positions, to your recollection, identified specifically through the budget approval process, or would it have formed part of the employee costs?
I can't recall. All I know is the positions existed, and I was told they existed, and therefore we didn't need to go through the procedures of creating a new position.
Do you know whether other councils make similar staff available to their mayors?
Yes, I understand some make it. Some other councils do have similar positions. My understanding, though, is that the vast majority of councils have the EA position and deputy EA position as a more realistic position. Some councils have these policy advisors reporting to the GM or reporting to one of the directors, so they're available for the whole of council, not just the mayor.
Do you consider whether that there would be a benefit from the council establishing a policy to deal with support staff being made available to the mayor and to the councillors more broadly?
Yes.
as a statement of position by the governing
Yes.
body that they support this?
There are policies in existence about councillors dealing with staff and what's available to the staff. I mean, the councillors have an entire section of staff that are the councillor assist staff who are there solely for the purpose of assisting councillors. The other policies that the mayor wanted, the 4 positions, were on top of those exclusive for him.
Building on from that then, do you think there might be benefit in that councillor interaction and access policy being recording the availability of support staff, policy staff
Yes.
to the mayor and councillors, in addition
Yes.
to the other councillor support staff within the organisation?
Especially in areas, if I can say, Commissioner, like communications, the communication day. I mean, that was one of the huge problems I had with the mayor. In addition to the 4 people, he wanted the whole comms team to move over to me so they'd be available to him. And at times he'd want at least 2 comms people walking everywhere with him.
You asked some questions towards the end of your evidence about an example of a temporary or direct appointment to a position.
Yes.
Was that a wider issue at the council when you joined?
No, it was a common issue when I was joined, and it was in fact one of the best ways, if I can use that, of trying to fill all the vacancies we couldn't fill. So with planners, it was impossible to hire a planner from scratch. The best that we could do was bring in a planner under a temporary contract at market value, which was well in excess of what the grading was. You'd bring them in for 12 months, hope they stayed, and they did the job well. You then tried to employ them full time.
There was a period where retaining planning staff across the industry generally was quite challenging.
It was impossible. On occasions when developers, even state planning, would come and visit me and we'd talk, and they'd complain about the delays in planning, which was probably one of the biggest tasks I had when I first started, to eliminate the problem of delays in planning. When they complained, I said, don't blame me. You see the 3 planners you just brought in your office, they all used to work for council. If you companies would stop stealing the planners, and I used the word stealing, if you would stop stealing planners from us every time you meet and you're impressed by one, maybe we could actually get through the work. I said the same to the state planning department. The salaries paid private and the salaries paid by the state government in the Department of Planning well exceeded what we were paying, and that was our problem.
Outside of the planning sphere, was it an issue raised with you, or did it come to your attention as to the number of direct or temporary appointments being used to fill positions within the council?
No, we were actually encouraging it if it meant bringing them in. We had to find the employees in one way. I mean, I made it very clear to the staff, in particular operations, where there were over 50 or 60, and they said, well, you'll never get them. I made it clear we would if you would help us find the staff. You should be encouraging your friends to come and put in their applications so that we could probably look at it.
Thank you.
Can I just ask?
Yes, of course.
Just a couple of questions from the Commissioner's questions, Mr. Ajaka. You were asked a question which raised record keeping. When you were the CEO, did you and the Mayor communicate via a WhatsApp group?
Yes.
That WhatsApp group, did it only consist of you and the Mayor?
No, unfortunately, it wasn't just one WhatsApp group. The Mayor liked to use the term that he liked to use to scattergun. So there'd be a direct communication between me and him. At times there'd be a communication from him to me and 1 or 2 directors. At times it'd be from him to about a dozen of us. There was no control in what it was, and it was what was causing a lot of the stress with the staff.
There are record keeping requirements
Yes,
imposed on the council,
yes.
do they cover the communications through a WhatsApp group or through the WhatsApp?
I can't answer that. I don't believe so. I know it definitely covered emails. Me would use the same situation with emails as well, where he'd send it to 1, 2, 3, 4 of us at any time of the night if he'd heard something. I know that they were kept as part of the documents stored in the file servers, but I'm not sure about the WhatsApp.
And there would be a record-keeping policy for the council?
In relation to emails, yes, I don't know about the WhatsApp.
Were steps taken to capture them and record the WhatsApp group messages? Were any steps taken to ensure that they form part of the records of the council?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner. I hadn't turned my mind to something like that. I was too busy dealing with trying to respond to them.
And your understanding of the communications using WhatsApp, at times did that include the mayor contacting directly members of staff?
Yes. A lot of times it'd be the mayor. If I can give you an example, I said he'd drive past, if he saw some overgrown lawn or a bathroom that hadn't been properly cleaned, all of a sudden there'd be the scatterground approach where everyone was receiving WhatsApp messages and photos and SMSs.
And you answered a little while ago that created stress with the staff.
Very much
being
so.
Contacted via WhatsApp. Was that an example of how the stress was generated? For example, the uncut lawn complaint or the
Yes.
unclean toilet complaint?
And in many cases, he was wrong. The lawn wasn't our lawn. It was a state government responsibility. The bathroom was, in fact, being cleaned by the contractor, not our staff. But he was always implying or stating expressly that we really should be looking at contractors and not our staff. I'm trying desperately to hire staff, and he's trying to remove them.
Can I revisit the topic the Commissioner raised with you, direct appointments?
Yes,
And specifically, you referred to planning staff
yes.
and the difficulties in attracting, finding planning
Yes.
staff. Moving away from planning staff, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Other positions, and I'll use as an example the senior advisory position or the junior policy advisory position. Was there a policy that if that role was created or became vacant, there should be a priority for the appointment on a temporary basis to a current member of staff?
No, not that I'm aware of.
No policy of acknowledging it was a temporary appointment, but advertising to current staff that this role is vacant for 12 months, up to 12 months. If you wish to apply,
No. So the temporary appointment would occur, and sometimes, although it was for 12 months, within months, ads would go out. Staff would be informed of the ads to appoint it as a permanent position, and everyone could apply.
No,
Sorry,
I
misunderstood you.
understand that under the Act, if it's a permanent appointment,
Yes,
there are particular statutory requirements, including advertising. But again, one of the complaints that it was made was that if you have direct appointments for 12 months, it gives the person an advantage.
yes,
And this is linked with many of the positions, the direct appointment appears to be of a person with links to the Liberal Party or previous links either through politics or in some way with senior members of staff.
yeah.
And it's like it's a domino effect. You have a direct appointment of that person, they're in the position for 12 months, of course they're going to have an advantage when it is advertised and open to the appropriate procedures. So what I was looking at was whether, and I think you've answered it, whether there was any policy that all those positions which became a temporary position, you should offer to current staff the opportunity to apply for that position. If they're not qualified, then fine, they wouldn't be appointed to it on a temporary basis, but at least it allows a level playing field when the position is ultimately advertised on a permanent basis.
No, I understand. I'm not aware of policy, but can I indicate to you, I mean, we had over 800 staff. We were looking at least another 150 at one stage. And as the Office of Local Government brought to my attention, we were talking at about 7 or 8 that fit within the category of you. So you're talking about 7 or 8 staff out of 800.
Sorry, that were direct appointments to a temporary role.
Yeah. Definitely less than 10.
Nothing.
Anybody seeking to ask any questions?
Commissioner, we will have some questions for Mr. Ajaka. We're in a situation where we do not consider it to be procedurally fair for us to start our cross-examination tomorrow. There has been an awful lot of evidence that has fallen from Mr. Ajaka that is very factually complex, includes a lot of material that's very adverse to my client, and in circumstances where we've not had a witness statement. That's obviously no criticism of counsel assisting. We are in the position where we just simply need more time to look at the transcript, go back to our client, get instructions in relation to all of those pieces of information, and potentially look for documents as well. And we're just simply not in a position to start tomorrow, I'm afraid, Commissioner.
How long?
From mid next week, we think we could be in a position to start, Commissioner.
Most of what Mr. Ajaka has had to say over the last day or so was well foreshadowed in his record of interview with Mr. Harvey of Weir Consulting and in the Land and Environment Court summons, but I would have to concede that there are some matters of detail which have been additional. So if people are not ready to proceed, well, we can hardly be critical of that, and we will accommodate ourselves to whatever procedure the inquiry adapts. There will be other counsel for Mr. Ajaka taking over next week, and so that is an additional complexity about not being able to complete his evidence this week, which I know we were all working towards.
Yes.
But nevertheless, if that is truly the position that counsel is in, we're in the hands of the inquiry.
Does that pose you or your client more generally difficulty in the sense that you won't be?
It may do. I'd have to consult with my client and those instructing me. It may well create that difficulty, in which case we would identify that to the inquiry as soon as possible and to the other parties represented. But I would need to take some instructions from Mr. Ajaka and those instructing me. More
There's
generally.
nothing that can be done tomorrow, even up to a point?
Yes. Yeah, no, Commissioner. Instructions are definitely not.
And if that turns out to be the case, obviously, generally we'd like to reserve re-examination of Mr. Ajaka, although in advance of that, there are a handful of documents I would just like to take Mr. Ajaka to and perhaps ask that they go into evidence, they become exhibits.
All right.
And I could do that in fairly short compass, but I'm in the hands of the inquiry. If that's not a congenial procedure, I'm open to.
Well, I'm all for efficiency, so I can't see, subject to hearing from counsel assisting, if there'd be any problem in you identifying those documents. Yes.
Yeah, if it would assist overnight, I could give a list of those documents to counsel assisting.
The only thing that I'm a little bit surprised about, we were provided with one document and Mr. Searle is using the plural, so if there are other documents, we would just like to see them before they.
All right, yeah, I think
For clarity, they're all documents that the witness has been taken to, I think, apart from a couple. They're otherwise in the bundle. I think, for example, there are 2 minutes of council proceedings where the restructure of 2 tranches was adopted. I don't think they're technically exhibits, although they are in the bundle of documents. Okay, well, if that's the case,
But
they don't need to be. But, for example, the Weir report, is that an exhibit? Okay, if it's all been tendered, then we don't need to.
that can be clarified, but is it the case that you want to ask Mr. Ajaka some questions about them now, or you just want to make sure they're in the evidence, or?
One, I do want to make sure they're all in the evidence.
Yes.
And I assume they will all be. Given where we are at with cross-examination and re-examination, it may be that I don't have anything to ask him, and that can be certainly identified and clarified
All right,
pretty quickly.
I think if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Searle, this afternoon or this evening or in the morning, whenever's convenient to you, if you send an email to council assisting with that list, we'll just make sure that they are in the bundle, or if not.
I think we can do better than that. I think I can just proceed directly to confer with council assisting and
Perfect.
identify the documents, and if nothing on that is the most efficient use of the time given the circumstances in which we find ourselves.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner, could I just raise, I understand the position that my learned friend Ms Palmer is in, but I do agree with Mr Searle's observation. A lot of the material dealing with the termination were in the interview with Mr Harvey and the summons, which have been part of the tender bundle for a while. And also, Your Honour, in the possession of, the council, though I do acknowledge
Might be slightly different. Yeah.
Ms Palmer is representing the mayor. We understand the issue. Unfortunately, with the amount of documents, etc., we didn't have the time or the opportunity for witness statements or anything else.
Yep.
We would press that if there are topics that could be pursued tomorrow, that should be done. I also note that we understand the mayor, he's been present on the floor watching proceedings, and again, not trying to be patronising or tell people how to do their jobs. We would hope that notes would have been taken about issues where further instructions are required so that they could have been pursued expeditiously. But again, that is on a position of somebody not representing a particular individual. But it's just it is frustrating.
I don't know if this assists or makes things more complicated, but there is clearly a significant majority of evidence from Mr Ajaka which was well flagged, which is no mystery to anyone in this room and should not be to any person whose interests are here represented. There may well be additional matters which are new, and I totally understand the need to get instructions about that. I myself was in that position with Mr Portelli, in which there was something entirely new, and I had to get instructions. And that's if people are in that situation, that is a distinct position. But to the extent that matters are contained in the summons or in the Weir report, the record of interview of Mr Ajaka, Peter Harvey, these are well-trodden matters. Yes, they're aware. They're on. Council was on notice, but certainly the mayor must have been on notice because he was intimately involved in these events. Now, I know that doesn't make his council's job any easier, but if there's some possibility of bifurcating between new and not new, that would be useful. But again, we're in the...
Commissioner, I would question the utility. Some of the topics do overlap, and I understand that some of the material, of course, is being foreshadowed. But I'm not sure any great efficiency is gained by starting cross-examination tomorrow in relation to isolated topics and then coming back a week or so later I'm also conscious that when the initial practice direction 2 was circulated, it was raised by Ms. Richards and Mr. Emmett, well, I believe, in connection to the practice note that due to the nature of the inquiry, due to the lack of the witness statements, there were going to be situations where the only procedurally fair course was to recall the witness. And in the circumstances, it seems to me it would make sense for that cross-examination to occur in one block, far less messy and essentially procedurally fair, when we could begin cross-examination tomorrow and quickly move into some of the areas that have come up that are not contained within the WEA statement, and then we're back in this sort of procedurally unfair area.
Sorry.
Yes, no, sorry. Commissioner, that's the extent of my submission.
All right. Well, we're now at the end of the day. It seems Ajaka comes back tomorrow for a point and then comes back again, or he comes back again once. I don't want Ajaka to be put in any difficulty due to council if that can be avoided. So, at the risk of incurring the wrath of those who assist me with scheduling matters, ask that can be accommodated, if at all possible. Mr. Searle, it may not be possible, but I've done my best.
And we will do our best.
Going forward, however, if an issue like this arose at 2 p.m, I would expect that the parties do everything that they can to take matters as far as they can in the time available. The hour of the day has probably tipped the balance, but in the future, for matters that are on the cards, to use that loaded phrase, I would expect that parties, not always, would be in a position to at least start matters. All the points you raised, Ms. Palmer, about matters requiring instructions and matters falling out, just like Mr. Searle the other day, I'm of course very much alive to that. But it does seem to me to be a significant portion of the evidence that was probably on the cards. But anyway, I've made clear my expectation, and I'll be looking to the parties to meet that going forward.
I hear that. I'm grateful to the court, and we're sure to do everything we can to keep.
Of course, that's understood. I'm grateful for that. Can I leave you, Mr. Searle, to liaise with Ms. McDonald as to when Mr. Ajaka might come back, and we'll do what we can to minimise inconvenience to him.
We'll confer immediately.
Thank you. Is there anything else I need to do this afternoon? Oh, you want to do the documents?
Yes, please.
Can I let Mr. Ajaka go?
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Ajaka. You've heard all that. We will see you again.
Yes.
So someone will let you know when that will be, but you're free to go for this afternoon.
Thank you.
I thank you for your attendance so far and for your attention over what have been 2 very long days.
Thank you.
Thank you. While we're on that, I don't think Ms. Palmer raised practice direction 2, which I've never actually made. Is that still, is there any utility in making it something like that now or not? Or we've just fallen into a process that accommodates everybody?
I'll discuss it with council afterwards about whether there can be an amendment to it.
At least for the main proposition as to the extent to which things need to be put or not put and the like. But I'm in your hands as to whether anyone wants to press me to make a direction like that.
Can I hand up a new index to TB8?
Yes.
As at 24 July 2025 at 1 p.m.
Mark that MFI 13. Yes.
Item 20 being document LCC 6.001.003.0461. Email from USU Advocate, 25 April 2024 is tendered.
Exhibit 30.
Item 21, document LCC.001.006.0036, letter from Liverpool City Council to B. Bustani, 15th of September 2023 is tendered.
Exhibit 31.
Item 39, being document LCC.008.001.0027, email from Weir to J. Ajaka, 20 May 2024, I tender that.
Exhibit 32.
Item 56, document OLG.001.001.1066, email chain re-job evaluation and position descriptions.
Exhibit 33.
On the second page, item 115, being document LCC.002.007.0027, email from J. Ajaka to staff, 14 June 2023.
Exhibit 34.
Item 173.
173.
On the next page.
Yes.
Being document INQ.039.001.0001, an article from the Daily Telegraph of the 21st of July 2025.
Exhibit.
No, sorry, that's a wrong date. If I just describe it as Daily Telegraph, ratepayers could reimburse Liverpool Mayor Ned Manoon's legal fees.
Yes. Exhibit 35.
And on the last page, item 200, document AJA.001.001.0002, email from F. Portelli to V. Nadan, 15 April 2024.
Exhibit 36.
Item 210, being document LCC.001.006.0015, letter from Liverpool City Council to Shane Mallard, 3 April 2023.
Exhibit 37.
And finally, item 215, document OLG.001.001.1055, a memorandum from S. Mallard to J. Ajaka, the 6th of September 2023.
Exhibit 38. That's all of it. Have the parties been given a copy of this list?
I don't think they have, but we can easily provide that.
The reason why I ask is that I've noticed a number of the documents are noted as being redacted. Just might be useful for Mr. Parish and those instructing him to see that those documents have been redacted, and everybody else, of course, ahead of time. Anything else this afternoon? No. 10 a.m. tomorrow?
Yes, thank you.
Until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.